We're live on Facebook now. We're opening the Finance Committee meeting. And tonight we have a public hearing and also a board meeting where we're scheduled to vote on the budget. I talked with our superintendent earlier this evening, and we thought it might be helpful to actually do them in reverse and have our deliberations first and then take public comment for the benefit of the public to be able to kind of comment on the most recent version of the budget. So if that's agreeable to folks, we'll go ahead and do that first.
That's fine with me.
Fine with you. Emily, is that fine too? Okay. And I have just the procedures for public comment and for board participants here that I'm going to read. Committee members will use the raise your hand feature found either by selecting participants at the bottom of the participant screen in the sidebar or on a pull-down menu found by selecting the 3 dots in the participant's video window, should you wish to address the committee. The chair will acknowledge the speaker. Committee members should lower their hands when they are finished speaking. And then at the time that we have opportunity for public comment, we will announce that. And members of the public should also either use the raise your hand feature provided by Zoom or type your question in the Q&A box. The raise your hand feature is either found on the webinar control panel at the bottom of your screen or can be found by selecting your name on the participant screen. We will call the Zoom name of the public participant with their hand raised to address the committee. And with that, we'll get started. So we just have the budget on the agenda tonight, and so I'll just turn it over to Javier and Miranda for their presentation.
Great. Thank you, Anna. And so let's walk through what we set out as our agenda for today. What we think we should be doing is to just debrief the Finance Committee meeting with the council from last week. And then we're prepared to sort of go through a few things, regrounding us on sort of key aspects of where we are, scenarios given the conversation that we had with the Joint Finance Committee, what's currently in the budget as you see it today. So what's in the budget that we presented to the Finance Committee last week, which was modified from what you had seen the week before. And then we decided to do a bit of a deep dive into the FTE changes, because I think there are some important aspects of this that it would be helpful for everyone to be able to see. So I see that Ms. Figdor just posted something about the access for members of the public. I'm seeing that there are 18 members of the public here right now, so some folks are finding their way in. I don't know what the holdup is.
Is it possible to just type into the chat the correct public link? I think maybe it's incorrect in one place, or it's the password that might be.
Janet, are you hearing that?
Yes, and I did double check it all before I turned it on, but I will post the link in the chat.
Thank you.
So where were we? So we don't think that the FTE was very clear at the meeting with the council, and we did cover this with the Finance Committee before, but we think as it's fairly significant set of numbers, particularly before we get into some of those reductions, I think it would be helpful to just make sure that everybody understands them. And then we've got a couple of, major scenarios and a proposal for how to get to the 0% tax increase, and then some options for getting to the 0% total budget change, which that's the range that we heard from the council on Thursday. And then we'll have the public hearing and talk about next steps. So does that make sense as an agenda? So then moving along. So these are the two scenarios, again, that range from a 0 tax rate increase to a 0 budget increase. And so our current proposed budget is 120.3 million. And as you know, that requires a 0.5% tax rate increase. The budget required, so the reduction for the to not have a tax increase this year would be a reduction of just under $500,000, $472,000. So that's to have no tax rate increase, but obviously we still have a higher budget. So the budget would be 119, almost $120 million. The no budget increase scenario is that's our current budget. So that's what we've been operating under for FY20. And so that's 117.3 million. And that's a reduction of almost $3 million to do that. And just for reference, it would be helpful for everyone to understand that that would mean a tax rate increase on the school side of minus 2.6. So that's the, that's how that plays out. So any questions on that before we move on? All right. So just to remind you what's in the current proposed budget in terms of new investments. And so we've gone through all of these before: the pre-kindergarten expansion, our core instruction work, special education, the autism spectrum disorder support at the high school level. And, we added this prior to our meeting on May 7th, an increase in nurse staffing of 0.8 nurse. And so that was already in there. And then what's new since the 5-7 meeting, and this came out of our discussion on that day, is that in order to preserve our title investments in our highest poverty schools, we shifted our math coaches into the local budget instead of paying for it out of Title I. And so that is a cost of $665,000, okay? So that's what's in terms of new activities. And then the reductions that we had also built in and have now expanded some are also here. So you know about the reduction in 4th and 5th grade Spanish, high school staffing reductions, some central office and operation reductions we've added in there in order to be able to match that $665,000 in shifts and additions to the proposed budget without going over that 0.5%. We had to make some additional reductions. So what's currently in the budget that we brought to the council is an increase in the athletic and co-curricular reductions. In the budget that we had prior to May 7th, there was $40,000 in reductions, and now there's $140,000 in reductions, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. And then we also assigned a reduction in our cost of living adjustments of $150,000, and that's primarily from, not primarily, entirely from our either the non-rep or the contracts that have not currently been negotiated. So that would be our base and our administrator's contract, because those are the only places where we don't, where they're not already built into an existing CBU. Great. And then this is what I was referencing in terms of the athletics and co-curricular reductions. So the 140,000 in reductions, you can see how those are achieved both at where those reductions are coming from in terms of location. You can see that, I know that Aaron is on the call and he can help if I get this, if I bungle this, but it's 20% of that is coming from the middle schools, and then 80% is coming from the high schools, with that particular allocation being determined by the current student, the current participation rates of students at the school. So I think that that's the way that that's achieved. So the bulk of those reductions are, obviously between Deering and Portland, and with Deering carrying the majority of those. And then on the other side of that slide, you can see the breakdown in terms of what is stipends versus what is transportation and other costs. So I know Ms. Figdor has her hand up. I don't know, Anna, if you can see that.
Okay, yes. Emily?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if we could get into the next layer of detail on the reductions by school. Just as you noted, there is a big discrepancy between the reductions at Deering and Portland. And I'm wondering if, based on what the quick explanation, it seems like Deering's 1 year decrease in attendance could be adversely affecting the school and the ability to maintain programs that are athletic and co-curriculars that are important for its students.
So, Aaron, do you want to help us out here?
Yeah, excuse me. Good evening, everybody. There, both in the board packet, there was, the itemized detail list by school of all of the kind of reductions. So that was attached in the board docs, and yeah, so that's where that detail lives. And to your question about the increased amount, we did to be able to try and approach a conversation about, how should this 140K of reductions be handled. We did do an analysis of kind of a per pupil cost, and I would say, and what that revealed is there was a higher per pupil allocation going towards Deering, at least in the proposed budget for next year. And so, this shift is in reduction to try and make that in alignment or get it closer to. That certainly, begets the question about, how that's in alignment with some of our other grade levels and grade spans. But I think we approached it that way, because I think there was some opportunity, to be able to address some, some reductions that had been present in the budget that had not been, had been present in the budget for a few years and had not necessarily been maximized, given some of the changes and given the interest, given the interest in various sports, and the participation, kind of issues that we've talked about. So, I hear the question. I think it's, is a conversation for us moving forward about, what do we think is our appropriate methodology to allocate, these dollars. So we took an approach that, at the athletics and co-curricular space, that are, kind of equal, or that there being parity in terms of the per pupil allocation was at least one way to approach these reductions, so that the, that the burden of them was borne somewhat equally across the different schools.
Just noting that I just refreshed Board Docs and found that document, but it wasn't up like by the middle of the afternoon. So it's just hard to, you know, I know everyone's doing the absolute best they can in very challenging circumstances, but it's hard to digest this information so quickly.
Any other questions on this, Ms. Figdor, or any of the other committee members or others?
I don't see any other hands. Oh, Marnie's got her hand up. Marnie? Marnie, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Figdor was talking about in terms of the idea of looking at these deductions by per pupil. I guess where I am thinking about it with regards to Deering is working so hard to ensure that both schools had basically, we didn't have a repeat of the enrollment dropping at Deering, and it got better for this fall. And I'm just concerned by if a closer look, instead of looking at each of these categories, I did look over the sheet before the meeting about the various categories for Deering versus Portland, and I would really like it to be looked at more, instead of looking at it per pupil, but look at how are our students affected by these cuts versus the per pupil decision, simply because one thing may impact a lot of the students by the cut, and another one may be, again, like you said, some of our sports that aren't well attended or so I honestly, I don't like the idea of just basing it on a per pupil basis. I think, again, there's been way too much work put in the last year to try and reinvigorate all that's going on at Deering, and co-curriculars are a shining star at Deering in many ways. So I just wanted to voice my concern. Thank you.
I don't know, Erin, if you want to say something. Let me just first say that even though we used the per pupil allocation as to determine the amount, the actual what was proposed as a reduction did exactly what you mentioned, Ms. Marioni. So that was the ADs and the district and school leadership making decisions based on what they felt would have the least impact on students. But the sort of initial filter to get to those amounts was based on trying to equalize the per pupil allocation cost to the buildings, but then the actual what got reduced were things that each of the schools felt were the ones that would be least impactful to their program.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say, so I won't add more on that point. And, I certainly had this conversation with the Deering leadership and agree that, athletics and co-curriculars are, just as they are at Portland High and at our middle schools, they're a bright spot at Deering. And, I know that, the positive year that they had is reflective of a number of different strategies that were in play to create the kind of culture and experience that we want to have for all of our students at all of our schools. And they had a successful year with that. And so certainly it plays a part in it. And I think, when we look at this amount of reduction in the overall picture of what their allocation is, well, certainly as we look at it on this slide, it's significantly more in the bigger picture in terms of the overall allocation. Our capacity, well, any capacity diminished for students is important for this board to weigh. There's a number of different places that comes up here in our dialogue about budget. They're still able to offer a really robust, kind of comprehensive set of opportunities for all the students at Deering on both the athletics and co-curricular front.
So I have Mickey, Marnie, and then Emily. Mickey?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm still confused about the process. What just Aaron just mentioned about the co-curricular, because I look at the value, especially what's going to impact the student for the next year when we open up. If you look at what's really impacting the families right now, I mean, those are specific curricula will be more effective for the student, because beside on the sport, you have the anatomy leadership, you have the math club, you have everything then a student can be able to participate. And I think when we look at about the enrollment, he may switch. We may have another year, it may be the Portland High School. So how are we going to define that formula process if we're going the way we're going by enrollment, instead to going with the number of the students who can participate on those programs?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I was just going to acknowledge, I mean, that, these were, we are facing a difficult times and not inviting any of these particular reductions, and recognize the value of athletics and co-curriculars. And I think this should invite a conversation for us, that I'm not sure is a conversation at this moment in this budgeting season, but as we move forward in terms of our methodology around how we allocate these resources. And I think it was, as we were given the charge to consider this level of reduction, and again, it has impacts. This is not just a Deering conversation. It's impacting students at Deering, Portland, and at the middle schools, and, reductions in terms of supplies for the Casco students. So it's being felt kind of equally in terms of, across all of our secondary schools. And I think it would be a worthwhile conversation for us to consider of what is the basis that we should be allocating these resources. And I think we were looking to find a rationale that we could all, have some understanding of, that would inform, how we approached, or how each school had to approach their reductions. And I think, I think that would be a worthwhile conversation for us to have, not just around athletics and co-curriculars, but all of our stipend and differential monies moving forward.
And I would add, if I may, I would add that beyond the leadership stipends and beyond other things, that it is, our intent, and I've, spoken about this before, looking at next year and some of the structural changes that we need to make to try to have, a more predictable and transparent methodology for allocating resources to schools, period, so that we don't wind up with these situations where, it's out of balance and there's really no explanation other than we just continued to do the things that we were doing. So what we tried to bring to this was, a spirit of, trying to figure out what is the proportionate share of the reduction, given that we need to make a reduction. So I don't think that anybody is doubting that there are worthwhile things that would be discontinued, supplies that would not be purchased, field trips that would not be taken. All of those things are, that's part and parcel to making these reductions. And what we tried to bring was a fairness lens to how we actually made those reductions. And so, and I would argue that that's what we're trying to do on lots of different fronts.
Okay, I will stop it. I still don't really convinced about that reduction than we're doing with Deering, because of the demographically and the way we're serving the ratio of the students in the specific areas. Because when I look at the co-op, then we want to do is across equity, how we can serve some of the students who never been elected. And when we're reducing again to that portion of the curricular, then they really want to be able to participate. So let's go just see what the conversation will keep going right now. Yeah, I will stop by there.
I have Marnie and then Emily.
Thank you. I apologize for circling back, but there were two things that I just realized. One is for several years I had been mentioning about the board looking at our commercialization policy and trying to work more collectively with our business community in helping to support a lot of our co-curricular funding. And I would really like to ask more sooner rather than later, for sure, because I think that could potentially, granted, I know our businesses aren't doing so well right now, but it could be an area where we could have uniforms funded. We could have more businesses supporting our co-curriculars if we were to go back and revise that commercialization policy. So that's one thing I just wanted, you don't need to comment on it, just wanted to mention that. And then the other thing was around working more collectively with the city in terms of that we saw the percentage increase in terms of our field maintenance, field costs, the fact that their city owns the majority or owns all of the fields that we play on, and we have to pay them for those. It's still very much a concern of mine that here we are cutting things that are offered to our students, but we're not, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't at the joint finance meeting, I apologize, but I just want to raise that again as a concern of mine, the cost that we pay the city for the fields. But thank you.
Emily?
Yeah, I mean, I said it already, but I'm really concerned with the much deeper cuts here at Deering that we're creating a feedback loop, essentially a negative feedback loop where, you know, we see a dip in enrollment, we're slashing, you know, clubs and activities and sports that students, you know, that are compelling to students. And that's on top of real equity issues, and potentially, you know, widening the gap in terms of students' ability to access athletics and co-curriculars. So I would also be concerned about the equity implications of this. And I'm sorry if I'm just, you know, missing the broader conversation, but I don't, a per pupil approach doesn't make sense to me. And I would like to see, just like at the middle school level, I would like to see these amounts equalized between Deering and Portland.
The caveat I would just offer there on that is that because of this relative size, they are relatively equal in terms of the per pupil. So that analysis happened across all of the different schools. And I know that doesn't necessarily answer your broader policy question about how should we allocate these funds, but part of the reason why you see that reflective in the middle school reductions is because they entered into this context with relatively equal funding per pupil. And they, you know.
And I'm sorry, and this, again, this information is very new to me, so so I'm just getting my head around the analysis, but I guess I'm not understanding why the per pupil approach is the right one when we had a major dip in enrollment in Deering for 1 year, and then on top of that have disparities in terms of the populations of the two schools. And I'm really concerned that given our focus as a district around equity, that we are really disadvantaging Deering in a case where we're making substantially, the cuts are so much deeper into programs that kids, that, you know, that are really meaningful to kids' education, but also that kids, you know, that help kids pick where to attend, and, you know, and again, are really impactful in a kid's educational experience.
So that's all the questions we have for now.
Okay, so moving along then.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce this slide. We're kind of shifting gears a bit to our discussion of FTEs. And so really the purpose of this slide is kind of distinguish, to distinguish between you know, the FTEs that are really our current state FTEs as opposed to actual proposed changes to resources in FY21. So the first column here, the FY20 budget, is just the budgeted amount from last year's budget process. The second column is 17.1 FTEs that we added over the course of this year. So all of those positions are currently existing and have people in them. So while they are adds, and you know, were characterized as such, you know, in the book versus the actual budgeted staffing from FY20, they're not adds versus our present state today. And then the next column, again, to just kind of have more clarity on what's going on with shifts and funding sources. The third column, FY21 grant funding adjustments. I've added both the shift of positions that are currently funded by titles onto local, and then also added the shift off of local to cares of our custodians. So in both of those cases, the distinction that's important to make is that, you know, again, we are not actually adding 6.8 new positions to the district by shifting those positions from the titles onto local. We're simply changing the funding source, and it comes at a cost to local dollars. That is 100% true. We need to be transparent about that, but we are not adding resources to the district by that funding change. And that's similarly true, obviously, by the fact that, you know, we're not cutting 20.5 custodial FTEs. We're simply shifting that resource off of local, most likely for 1 year, onto a grant funding source. So the net kind of grant funding adjustment shifts is minus 13.7. And then finally, the fourth column, FY21 staffing adjustments, you know, that's really the net change in resources and budgeted resources that we're proposing for next year. And that comes to 1.27 only. So it's just kind of a different framing for this conversation. And then finally, the last column in that first table just adds up, you know, the 17.1, the minus 13.7, and the plus 1.27, and it comes out to kind of an arbitrary figure of 4.67. And that's, you know, just tying things back mathematically to the budget book and just where we land after all of those shifts. So, and then finally, the last column, just for clarity and transparency, you know, we expect we'll have to, you know, to the extent we actually utilize all CARES funding for the upcoming year, and we don't have any remaining to continue to support these positions, we would be adding back those custodial positions in FY22, and that would bring us to a total FTE bottom line of approximately 1,189 FTEs. So, guess any questions on that? I can't see the raised hands. Okay, moving on. You're muted, Javier.
So we want to go, I'm sorry, Ms. Morioni, you had a question.
Barney?
Yeah, sorry about that. So my question was around, so we had a previous slide of reductions for FY21, and it said high school staffing, reduction of 3 teachers. So
we're gonna walk through that now.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna go into detail to both what happened this year and what we're proposing for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So this is what we added this year. So this is that 17.1 positions that you saw in the previous slide. So that's over what we started the year with. And I think it's important to just re-ground you in what those are. So that first grouping that you see there, the first 3 are 3 positions that we added at Portland High School to accommodate the increased enrollment that they had last year. So in addition to that, the bottom 2, the classroom teacher at Presumpscott and Rowe, that's, you know, what we do every year when, you know, class sizes tip over the over class size thresholds, and we had a couple that moved up, and therefore we added positions at Presumpscott and Rowe. And then we added a 0.34 to what was a 2/3 position at Deering High School. We did that in the second semester when we recognized that we needed to keep a set of science classes that were being taught by this person who was on a part-time basis. And so we added the full FTE to that. And as you'll see, and this goes to Ms. Morioni's question, when we talk about what's proposed for next year, there are 2 positions that are being reduced at Deering High School. And so that includes the sort of, or is partially offsetting or more than offsetting that 0.34 increase that you see there. So that's the first grouping. The second grouping in green are special education and health additions that we've made. So these have all been necessitated by the special needs of students in our care. So the first grouping of 8 positions is, when we recognized at the beginning of the year that we had a large number of students who needed to have part of our beach program at Ocean Avenue, our ASD, our students with autism spectrum disorder. And so we added an additional classroom with the necessary ed techs to be able to support the students that needed those services. And we had a student with special needs at Cliff Island that we were not expecting to have and needed to budget both social work and special ed teacher time to go and support that student at Cliff Island. So that was 0.2 FTE added. Then we had a couple of students with very significant health needs, and their IEPs called for more intensive nursing support than what we were able to provide to them with the staffing that we had in place. And so you can see that we added roughly 1.5 FTE into into nursing at both Moore and Rowe. And that was, again, necessitated by IEPs and something that we needed to do. And then ed tech, a partial sort of making somebody's schedule full at our Breathe program. And that was to adjust for a student who needed more intensive support than what we were able to provide with the FTE that we had. So that was added over the course of the year. So, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the offsets for, particularly for the ASD portion of that. Then if you move over to the other side, you see that there are in pink a number of ELL and multilingual increases. And so you have a 0.25 literacy teacher that was added at adult ed early in the year, something that was desperately needed there. And so we made that addition. There was an instructional assessment specialist position that was in the ELL budget, but that position was mistakenly, because the person that was in the position had been on a leave, was mistakenly taken out of the budget last year. So we had to reinstate that position because the person was coming back and we needed to have a job for them. And we offset that with a reduction of an ELL ed tech to basically balance out those 2 positions. And then we did not have Make It Happen coordinator or youth development team was incomplete at Casco Bay. So we added a 0.75 FTE so that Casco would also have a Make It Happen coordinator, which they were the only school that did not have that. And then the other additions that we made around our transportation department. And so those were sort of small increases to then allow us to be able to reduce our contracting for outside bus services. So, and we'll talk about that in a second. And then we also increased custodians' hours to be able to cover Portland Adult Ed more effectively than they had been able to do that before. So that was the 17.1 positions that we added this year. So we just wanted to make sure that you were grounded in the specifics of what those positions are. And again, this is over the course of the year, things come up and you have some reductions, you have some increases, and these netted out into increases. I think it's important to point out those cost offsets. I referenced when we were talking about special ed that the ASD classroom that we opened was something that was absolutely called for based on the needs of the students that are in the district that were not there, but also some students that were moving into the district, as well as through being able to add that classroom, we were able to bring back to the district a handful of students who were previously outplaced in out of school, out of district placements. So we were able to, between the costs that we didn't incur and the students that we were able to recover, we were able to reduce our special education tuition budget by a significant amount. And also, I mentioned the transportation changes allowed us to be able to actually cut our transportation contracts with outside providers by 100,000. So those were completely offset by our ability to do that. So that's the stuff that we did this year. And now we want to talk a little bit about next year. But first, if you have any questions on this before we move on. Okay, so moving on then. For next year, our proposed staffing, I want to walk through it at a similar level of detail. We have some projected increases and decreases based on enrollment and our staffing formulas. So we are looking to add 2 positions at our elementary schools, just based on our current class size and what's called for in our current procedures around that. So we expect to add 2, and then we also, as part of our budgeting, looked at potential reductions at the high school level, and so we are reducing, as Ms. Morioni noted earlier when we did the summary, reducing 3 high school positions. 2 of those are at Deering, 1 is at Portland High School. And those are all being, retirements, so they're attrition reductions that we're making. Then these are the programmatic cuts that you've seen before. So the 4th and 5th grade Spanish reductions, that's roughly 4 teachers. And we're closing one of our custodian vacancies, a secretary vacancy at Deering High School with some restructuring of others' responsibilities. So we're able to project a 0.88 reduction in secretarial staffing at Deering. We've had a vacancy in manufacturing at Paths that we are not filling. We have a social work vacancy that we're not filling, and then we have some vacancies with ed tech positions that we're also not filling. So those are, in essence, positions that were in our budget this year that we are able to eliminate as we move into next year's budget. And then these are the investments that we are projecting. Ms. Fichter, do you want me to finish the slide, or do you want to ask your question first?
Either way, I had a question about the social worker reduction.
Okay, that is a position that is currently, it was overstaffing in our budget.
What do you mean by overstaffing?
It was never filled.
And where's the position? I'm just asked, given the shortage that we have in support staff that.
Miranda, do you know that off the top of your head?
It was really an error, a budgeting error. So there was an addition at adult ed this year, and it kind of got doubled in the budget somehow. And so we did the vacancy review just this past month, really looking at, what positions to be budgeted as vacant that are still vacant, really just uncovered that error. So it isn't actually an elimination of a resource that existed. It was more of a correction of a budget error, kind of the reverse of, the ELL position dropping in the prior year. So.
Great, thank you. That's super helpful.
And Marnie.
Thank you. I just had a question. Superintendent, you mentioned about the 3 positions at the high schools, and you said they were retirement. I was just wondering, had the Finance Committee gotten full numbers for retirements across the district, or do we have those yet?
We have the ones that have submitted to date. 18, I want to say, Miranda.
I can check. I haven't looked in a while, so I don't remember the figure. I don't want to be wrong. So let me check while the superintendent continues. But we do, we have been building those in all along, and we have gotten a couple more now that we, are later in the year that we've built in. So they're all accounted for in the budget.
Yeah, in the budget that you reviewed on 5/7, we accounted for an additional retirement that we have gotten since the previous iteration of the budget. So I don't remember exactly how many there are, but we do account for those as we go along.
So you've already, like you said, you've already accounted for them, and they're already built into the FY21 budget. The 18, are you expecting any more? And again, you don't have to go into a lot of, I would like to know, have the board know sort of estimation of how many and what that amounts to for savings, or are you going to rehire, just some kind of.
At this point, these are the only reductions that we have envisioned. So all of the others are positions that at this point we're looking to hire for. So I don't remember exactly how many there are. Miranda's going to look that up.
I'd also just like to make a comment. This is later, obviously, than we normally budget. So to some extent, some retirements every year that are after the budget process provide us with kind of the opportunity to manage salaries in the next year, which in some ways enables, those 17.1 positions we added over the course of the year. There were some cost offsets, but there's also some churn that continues after the budget that's really useful to manage the budget in a given year. So while certainly I want to continue to add in and take into consideration in the budgeting process the retirements that we have, if we cut out every single retirement that we could possibly have, then we're going to be really tight on our budget next year, if that makes sense. So it's kind of, a tool for managing the budget as well that we kind of rely on a bit, if that makes sense.
And one more question about staffing was around, and I know that you haven't presented to the board scenarios of opening in the fall, and I just want to make sure that you feel like you have somewhat of a buffer if needed to reallocate resources if we need, I don't know, more nurses or more social workers or more something, I don't know. But I just in all that you're talking about, it seems like it's kind of a regular year in a way, but I just want to make sure you're highlighting those that may be considered new based on where we are with the.
And the 2 primary sources for that, one is what is unassigned from what we get in the CARES funding. So you saw that we have a number of positions that we're shifting into CARES funding.
Okay.
But there's still a difference between what we expect to get and how much we have budgeted. So that will be we actually talked about that as our contingency fund for COVID. And then in addition to that, obviously, as the school year scenarios evolve, there will be the potential to do some things differently than the way that we currently do it. So just like we will be talking about the spring stipend reductions that we did this year, if there is no fall season, we would be in a position to, use that money to do something else. Or if we didn't transport students because we were learning remotely, we would, again, be able to reallocate those funds to do some of the things that we would need to do under different reopening scenarios.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Mickey has her hand up. Mickey?
Yes, thank you. I just need a clarification on the ed tech vacancy. Those are the positions we were not able to fill, or those are on the elementary schools, or which areas on those ed techs?
I think they were all elementary. They're all delineated specifically, I think, in the budget book. I may be wrong about that, but I think it was bits and pieces of ed techs across a bunch of different schools. And it was positions that remained unfilled this year. And so there were resources that we didn't think we needed to carry forward in 10.
So it was unfilled because we didn't find any qualified people, or what's the reason? Because I know some other elementary school, they're really desperate. They're really looking for language ed tech to try to help them on some of those classes.
I'm not certain of the answer to that question for each case, but I can look into it and
okay.
Get back to you.
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for now.
So the investments that we have in the budget right now, pre-kindergarten, that's 2 ed techs, 2 teachers. That's one of it. Then we are, as you've heard, adding the high school level autism spectrum disorder program. And so that's a total of 6 FTE to be able to do that. Well, I'm sorry, 4 FTEs at the high school, and then 2 is adding additional ed tech support at Ocean Avenue for our two existing ASD programs at each. So that's that's part of what we're investing in. And then I talked briefly about the nursing. That's to increase nurse FTE at LISET and at Peaks, 0.3 at LISET, 0.5 at Peaks Island. So that's the increase. So you can see that altogether we have about a $500,000 reduction coming from the proposed staffing changes and about a $500,000 increase in costs associated with that. And I will just point out that we have additional offsets that are associated with this. So our pre-K program, as it currently stands, will receive roughly the same amount of money in additional EPS allocation as what our investment will be. So, we expect, I think, $290,000 in additional EPS funding by virtue of having forecasting this program. And, the Finance Committee has heard us say this, that at this point, given where we are, not having done the elementary reconfiguration, needing to do this in partnership sites, at this point, we are not sure that we are going to have any partners to start this program. So just know that if we don't add those 4 positions, we also won't add, we won't have the costs, we also won't have the revenue, so that won't be a savings of any kind. And then in addition to that, we expect, again, with students that are either out of district that will come back because of the ASD program, or students that we would have to outplace if we did not actually run that program, we expect $500,000 in savings associated with it. So all in all, you can see that there's about $700,000 in savings from these proposed staffing changes. And I don't know, do we have any questions? Okay, so then we'll move on.
We do have one question.
Oh.
Tim has his hand up. Tim, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to just ask if those cost revenue offsets, that box down there is baked into the budget at all.
Yeah, it's all already accounted for in the budget, yes. So it's not new or additional, it's all rolled in already.
So if we were to say, you know, we can't do this ASD class, let's say, just for example, the revenue side, the offset side would also come out of the budget, and we'd be farther behind than where we started.
Yep, if we didn't do the ASD classroom according to our projections, our budget would increase by $200,000 because we'd be paying $500,000 in tuition instead of $300,000 for those staff. And similarly, with the pre-K, it's pretty much one for one. It comes out almost exactly the same, just by chance. The number of kids, the number of pre-K students, and the allocation per student comes out just almost exactly to what the cost of 2 teachers, 2 ed techs, and partner contracts is. So it would pretty much be a wash in terms of the budget if we didn't do the classrooms.
Great. Thank you.
And Roberto has a question.
Thank you. Javier, I'm sorry, I missed when you were explaining the space for the pre-K classroom. You said without doing a reconfigure. Can you just repeat that again? Because I missed it.
Yeah, without elementary reconfiguration, at this point, we don't have room in our elementary schools to be able to have our pre-kindergarten programs housed in the district. So we are looking for partner sites where we would be able to actually start our pre-kindergarten programs next year. And at this point, just, you know, for a number of reasons, you know, the pandemic being one, but even before the pandemic, you know, considerations about having to have staff be on our, you know, having them be on our contract and all of the implications that that has for a, you know, for a nonprofit that is providing pre-kindergarten services. So that's a big decision, and at this point we don't have that locked in. So that's what I was saying. I will say that, and we haven't looked at this yet, but you know, with the proposed reduction in staffing that would come with the class size increase in the primary schools, we could potentially wind up with the available space in our schools to enable us to have our pre-kindergarten programs next year be on site. So.
Right, thank you, appreciate it.
And I don't see any other hands.
All right, so right to that point, the proposed scenario for reducing $472,000, which is how much going to a 0 tax rate increase would need to be reduced from the budget. And so, you know, we've had internal conversations about this, and we don't believe that we should in any way, shape, or form sort of retrench from our commitment to keeping those services that are currently funded through title in our highest poverty elementary schools. So rather than just back that out of the budget, you know, since we had added that in through the conversation with the finance committee, we tried to find another way to fund that. And so this is the way that I'm proposing we would do it. And one is to increase elementary class size in, you know, to the 25 threshold, which is what we use for grades 4 and 5, to do that also in grades 1, 2, and 3. And so that nets us 6 positions that we would be able to remove from the budget. So those would be reductions, in total 390,000. And then we would look for $100,000 in additional reductions out of our, academics and central office contractual budgets. And the two of those combined would offset the gap from going to a 0% tax rate increase and allow us to continue to provide those services in our title schools. So that's, what I'm proposing as our way of getting to the to being able to continue those title services. So just, for full transparency on that, you back up for 1 second, Miranda. So remember that the cost associated with doing this is the cost of moving our math coaches onto the district's budget. And so that's more than 490,000. So that's why we also had the COLA reductions and the increased athletic reductions in our proposed budget. So that, these changes along with the COLAs and the athletics and co-curricular reductions is what is used to offset the $650,000 associated with moving those coaches. And now you can move on. Next slide. You can see where the changes would be, the impacted classrooms, if we were to move to the 25 threshold. There would be 3 classrooms at East End, 2 at LISEF, and then 1 each at Longfellow, Ocean Avenue, Ryke, and Riverton. And then in addition to that, there are 2.
Javier, can I stop you for a second? I just want to clarify. I don't know if I just misheard you, but
oh yeah,
the numbers are the grades.
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're right. Yep.
Okay.
So it's 6 classrooms. It's 6 classrooms across the district, 1 each at those schools, and that's the grade that would be affected. So 3rd grade at East End, 2nd grade at LISEF, and 1st grade for the other 4. And then we wanted to show you that the class size does increase, but still stays either at or below our threshold on average. So obviously it isn't, it's above that threshold in those 6 classrooms that you see there, but overall in the district, we're still under or either at or under our 21, our current threshold in all 3 of those grades. So, and again, just to contextualize this a little bit more, there's roughly 20 classrooms at each grade in the district. So there's 20, 1st grade classrooms, 22nd grade classrooms, and 23rd grade classrooms, and so that's 60, and only 6 of them are actually affected by this. And I think Ms. Victor's hand is up.
Yep, Emily.
If the impact of this change is to still be below the existing cap of 22, what is the need to, why do we need to increase, why are you proposing to increase the cap? We're below the existing cap now. So we're below, yeah.
Yeah, so you see
below the existing cap, so why raise it?
Because by raising it, you have those 6 classrooms that go up over the 21 cap and allow us to make those reductions.
The cap right now is 21 or 22?
22.
Sorry, perhaps I'm not reading this chart right, but so maybe if Miranda, you can explain this chart again. I thought that what this chart is telling us is that after we cut these classrooms, that we would still have an average of 21. I see, because in some schools we're going to be higher than the average. Okay.
In those 3 classrooms at East End, at classroom at Longfellow, and so on, they will be over 22.
Adam?
Thanks. Oh, and what will they be? Will they be 23, 24, 25?
All of the above. I think, there are several that will be, 2 classes at 25, 1 at 24. There's several that'll be 22, 22. There's one that'll be 22, 22, and 23. So it depends on, and this is again based on our current staffing, our current enrollment projections, which could be different next year. And so if they are different next year and they trip the 25 threshold, then we would add a classroom, and automatically those classes would go down to 20 students or 21 students, depending on whether they have 3 classes or 4 classes.
Okay. I think it's a rather complicated question. In part, these guidelines are set by the state. So is part the proposal that we create a local condition that's different than the state recommendations to allow for this?
There is no class size requirement at the state level.
Okay.
Next, I have Marnie.
Thanks. So I just want to understand if we approve the budget, and like you were saying, Javier, that depending on enrollment, you could potentially see, I know, for example, like at Longfellow, oftentimes there are families that want their child to go to a school, and it might be at capacity. So are we approving the fact that any of our grades 1 through 3 in the city could go up to 25? I know you're looking at right now what could potentially be impacted, but again, we would be giving the authorization that any of them could go as high as 25, any and all.
That's correct.
And would it potentially result in not needing a teacher for a class then?
Right. So if you had a class that is, going to have 18 kids next year, you would, under our current conditions, if they had 4 more kids come in, actually 5 more kids come in, then they would get an additional teacher. In this scenario, you would have to have 8 kids come in before you got an additional teacher.
Again, would it be a possible result, though, that you could lay off a teacher if it wouldn't impact like decreasing any teachers? If you had maybe one school that had more, like all 25 in their class, and then another school that could drop. I don't know. I'm not articulating it very well, but do you see what I mean? Like, I don't want to impact, I don't want to lose any teachers, elementary teachers.
So we just to sort of, Miranda, can you go back a couple slides to the one that shows our increases in 2020? Yeah, so here, Ms. Moriona, you can see that Presumpscot in row in the yellow. We added 2 positions there this year because they were staffed based on what we projected that they would have. But then when the year actually, started and the kids actually came to school, that pushed us over the threshold. And so we added those 2 unbudgeted positions. In the past, we've also had, in my tenure, it's happened once, where we had a significant reduction in one school, and then a significant increase in another school. And in that particular instance, we were able to move a teacher from the school that had the significant decrease in enrollment, and they were still, even with removing that position, they were still below our required, our thresholds. And so we were able to find a volunteer that would actually move over to the other building. So in that case, we didn't have an unbudgeted need. We were able to move somebody voluntarily to fill that position at another school. But, you know, we would not be in a situation where if a school was, you know, under our thresholds, we always hold people whole for that year. And then, you know, we would look at it the following year and say, like, that would be one of our reductions. And if you go to the next slide, Miranda, you can see that we have 2 additional increases budgeted here because we already know that we have those increases. But I think that also has one school losing, you know, there's 3 schools that are gaining and 1 school that's losing a position. And that's how we actually met that too. But that too is actually 3 increases and 1 decrease.
And one final question with regards to if we move to a cap of 25, for those that do have the cap at 25, have we considered ability to move an ed tech into those classrooms?
That would not be funded. So, you know, principals make those decisions all the time based on, you know, the needs of students in terms of allocating ed tech time. So depending on the needs of the students in that class, you know, the principal would make decisions on how to use the ed tech allocations that they have in their school.
Okay, thank you.
I have Tim, then Emily, then Adam. So Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about the academic contracted services and what the impact of that would be. And I'm just imagining that the academic contracted services would include some of the technologies potentially that are used for remote learning. And I guess if we are doing some remote learning, either as a regular course of business or from time to time over the course of next year, would you foresee that coming out of the contingency fund instead?
Yeah, very few of the contracts in academics are associated with technology platforms. Most of that lives over on our in our technology budget. And I did, you know, hedge a little bit. If you heard when I said that, I said academics or other central office contract, you know, reductions. So we have not fully identified what those would be. You know, just to put it in context, we have, for example, $60,000 that are in contracts for the partner sites for pre-kindergarten. So if those actually wind up either not going or being in our own schools, that those investments would not need to be made. So, you know, we need to sort of have a little bit of time to actually see where the reductions will actually come from, but they will come from, you know, central office contractual.
Thank you.
Emily.
A couple things. Wondering, for me, when I think about the increase in class size for our younger elementary school students, and seeing that several of the schools that would be impacted next year, East End, Reiki, Riverton, are our highest poverty schools. And thinking about how this trade-off is happening, that would increase class size, but keep our title funds, keep the math coaches, which I know from Reiki is essential. But these two things seem quite at odds in my mind, because I know the research on class size shows how important not an overall staff to student ratio is, but a teacher to student ratio is. And then practically speaking, given the pandemic, I just can't see how we're having classrooms with 25 first graders in them, or second graders or third graders. I mean, my third grader was just talking to me in the last couple of days about how, if she were to come back to school, how would you socially distance 22 kids, which is the number of kids in her class right now? How would you socially distance that number of kids in her classroom? And then she was asking, well, what if kids come for half the day, and could you socially distance 11 kids? So in any case, I know, just thinking about the fall, or even next winter and spring, 25 first graders, second graders, third graders in a classroom seems highly impractical, and something that we won't achieve, in addition to the poor academic outcomes from raising our student to teacher ratios.
Yeah, I mean, all of those options are, all of those issues around social distancing and things along those lines are things that we're trying to get a handle on. And, yes, it would be in 6 classrooms out of our 60 classrooms in those grades, you would have a larger number than what you currently have. So, I will give you that. And so you would have to figure out how to social distance 25 instead of social distancing 21. So that's, that's true in those 6 classrooms. I think it's important to also recognize that the title funding is not just the math coaches. We've opted to move the math coaches into the local budget for a number of reasons, but the reality is that there's the equivalent amount of other programs and services that go to those schools that are largely locally determined. So that funds ed techs, it funds counselors, it funds, contractual services for different things. It funds SEL coaches, it funds lots of other things. So those are the choices that we're making. We're not making the choice to say, math coaches versus, elementary classroom teachers. We're saying that in order to be able to allow those schools to have the flexibility to use their title funding to meet those needs, we're choosing to propose an option that would increase class size in a handful of classrooms, some of them in those schools and some of them not in those schools. And again, I know that not everybody agrees with me on this issue, but we're not talking about out of control class sizes. Again, on average, our first grade classes will have 21 students, our second grade classes will have 20 students. So we're still, on average, considerably below our threshold. But, in those 6 classrooms, if those 6 classrooms materialize as we currently envision them, they will be higher than those thresholds that we currently have.
Okay, I have Adam and then Mickey. So Adam, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to acknowledge that this is the unfortunate circumstance that we have to negotiate against ourselves on how we get somewhere. And some thank you, Superintendent and your staff, for trying to figure this out and have this conversation with us. I'm trying to reconcile the May 7th budget proposal for a 0% tax increase and the one brought forth today. And they're not exactly the same formats, and just trying to pay attention in multiple places at once. I'm not perhaps doing the most thorough job in cross-referencing, but basically May 7th, I see that you were going to accomplish the gap in our budget to get to a 0% by the benefit cost adjustments, the FTE vacancies, revenue adjustments, the custodial shift to CARES, reduction in a debt service for 1 year only, and then the nursing and a COVID contingency. Those were all on the summary of changes. And then there's these 2 slides about mitigating the gap that includes the Title I investments and then other potential investments in the LAO plan and the LL supports, as well as some special education. And to get there, there's the co-curricular, the COLA adjustments, the staffing reductions, and eliminating stipends. And so when I look at all these things and try to connect them, I'm trying to figure out why weren't we talking about class sizes then? Why are we talking about them now? What else did you stand up as other options before bringing this one forward as the way to deal with the numbers? I'm just trying to figure all that out right now.
So the only significant change in the budget from 5/7 to today is that on 5/7, at the request of the Finance Committee, we moved the Title I off of that list of unfunded things that we think we should do to mitigate the gap. The consensus of the committee was that was a urgent need, and that we needed to put that in the budget, and then that pushed us to the 0.5% increase. So just to be, and maybe this is overly detailed, but that the cost that we were putting into the budget was $650,000, and the 0.5 increase only gets us 450 plus thousand. So we had to make up that difference between 650 and 450 with additional cuts, and that's where the COLA reductions for the non-negotiated and non-represented contracts and the increase in the co-curricular reductions from 40,000 to 140,000, right? So that's the only change in the budget. What you're seeing today is that for us to get to a 0 tax increase, we have to back out what we would raise with that 0.5, which is the 400 and, I'm sorry, I just like all the numbers run together. I don't remember, it's 450, 490, I don't remember, but so 472, something like that.
That's it, 472.
Yeah, all right. I knew I had those numbers all were dancing in my head, but I didn't remember which one was the one. So 472 is what we raised with that 0.5. So now we have to offset that. And so what you're seeing now, and the reason that you're seeing this class size is because based on our belief and our discussion at the Finance Committee meeting, that was our top priority in terms, when you asked staff or what was, how would you prioritize those mitigating the gap items, that rose to the top as our most significant need. And so we believe that we should keep that in the budget and offer another way to be able to do that. And so that's what you're seeing here is our offer, our proposal for how we might be able to do that. We are next going to move to, and if we needed to reduce another $2.5 million, how would you do that? And so when you ask, what else have you stood up? I am making a formal proposal to use the class size because I believe that of all of the options that we're going to to look at, it's the one that I feel most comfortable recommending to you. The others that we're going to talk about are also plausible, possible, and, you know, just like class size, they are not perfect, and, you know, clearly there is a pain associated with those. So we're going to talk about those next, but, you know, that's a great question. I wanted to try to walk you back and forward on that, and so let me know if there's, you know, if you have any other questions on that.
Thank you.
Mickey.
Yes, thank you. I think I just want some clarification on one part of the impact in classroom. When Raviel just mentioned, I think after Miss Marioni asked a question about those class size, if we do the zero tax increase, when I look at the scenario of the class, in case we go up to 25, can you just go back a little bit what you just mentioned? In case we are up to 25 on some of those classes, do we need to hire some additional teachers, or
Yes.
are those classes going to look like?
No, we hire additional teachers. And when we walked back a number of slides and I showed you what we had to do at Bruzomscott and Rowe this year,
right,
that was to illustrate that that's what we do every year when, you know, numbers materialize at the beginning of the year. And the year before that, we had 2 classrooms that we added at Lyseth, and I don't remember where else. So, you know, every year we have, you know, these are projections. These are based on the kids that are enrolled. You know, when we did it originally, the kids that were enrolled there in October, when the one that you're looking at today is the kids that were enrolled in March. So, you know, we don't know what the numbers are going to look like in, you know, in August, September. But if in any case, those numbers go up over 25 at any of our elementary schools, grades 1 through 5, then we would add positions accordingly.
Okay, so those positions is going to be, so if we approve the budget, I just want to get it clear in my mind. If we approve the budget, are we going to have any projection amount for those opening positions in case we need them, or?
No, we don't actually budget unstaffed positions.
Oh, okay. All right.
So again, if you look at what we walked through before, the 17 additional positions, none of those positions were in our budget.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Those are positions that we had to add because of the circumstances that emerged over the course of the year.
Of the week. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Tim and then Mark. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify something. A couple times it's been mentioned that just these 6 classes would be affected, and I think it's important for me to make sure that I understand correctly. It would be the entire grade level at each of those grades that would be facing, you know, would have a larger class size than the 22 cap that we currently have.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, and I think that's a great point, and I did not make that clear as I said it, that it's 6 classes. It's, you know, it's 6 positions which affect the 3rd grade at East End, the 1st grade at all those other schools, and the 2nd grade at Lyseth. So, you know, if it's 2 classrooms or 4 classrooms or 3 classrooms, they're all affected by it.
Great, thank you.
Mark and then Marnie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Javier, looking at the reduction of the 6 teachers, I'm just trying to compare that to what was presented a couple slides before on the slide titled FY21 Proposed Staffing Changes. These 6 reductions are in addition to the FTE computation on that slide?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Next I have Marnie.
Another clarifying question. So if we're increasing grades 1 through 3, essentially, up to 25, That's what you're saying. I mean, taking away the schools and everything else is essentially, even though you have impacted classrooms, really, we're again giving the green light for up to 25 grades 1 through 3.
That's correct.
And so that every year, like let's say again, a class at Lyseth or whatever, it had a 25 starting in 1st grade, they would continue with 25 all the way to 3rd grade.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's all the hands I see for now.
Okay, so let's move then to how we might attempt to reduce further to get to, this range that we were asked to look at, which is, not a 0% tax increase, but a 0% budget. And I want to just take a couple of minutes to just, and I know that many of you were also at the Joint Finance Committee, but not everyone was, and not everyone in the audience was there either. And so I think that it's important to contextualize the city's request within the sort of the broader context of what we experienced that evening, which was a presentation by the chief financial officer for the city, walking through what their revenue projections are based on the month of April, and sort of different scenarios for how that type of revenue outlook would play itself out over the course of the year. And so the city was, they're looking at potentially, a 10% reduction in their budget, not in their revenue, but in their overall budget with, layoffs and things along those lines accompanying that. So it's in that context that that this range was suggested that we look at that. So I think it wasn't a you must. It was, you now know what we and in truth, from the counselor's perspective, what they were learning at the same time as those of us who were there learned it. So it wasn't like they knew that and they just surprised us with it. They were learning it at the same time as we did. And so it's in that context and in that spirit that, Mayor Snyder asked us to look at what would it look like? What is the magnitude of the change that would be associated with that range? So that's, I think, important to contextualize it. So knowing that, and knowing that it would, in addition to sort of the 490 that would be captured if you approved what we previously discussed. So again, to Mr. Burke's question, what are the other ways that you could get at it? Any of these other ways that I'm going to offer as options would potentially help to do that. So we would be able to, if we were able to do this, and we may not need to do the things that are on the other page, but I think that's the exercise that you need to engage in tonight, is to balance the pros and cons of these different options to figure out what you're comfortable with as a body. So, one is, and I separate it from all the others because frankly, I believe that this is the route that we have a obligation to pursue, and that is to call on our labor partners to consider reducing or eliminating their scheduled cost of living increases, whether that's their COLAs or their steps. And so we will get into the details of what that looks like for the different units in a moment, but I'm prepared to send a letter to the heads of our unions tomorrow asking for them to come to the table under state statute to engage in reopening the contract or discussing the possibility of making those adjustments in their collective bargaining agreements. And I don't arrive there lightly. I want to be very clear that I don't think that those cost of living adjustments and steps are undeserved. We negotiated those contracts in the best of faith with a conviction that we needed to do what we could to bring our staff up to the level that they deserve. Nothing has changed in terms of our belief that that's important. But what has changed is the world around us as this year has evolved. And so where a 2.5% increase in cost of living and a step seemed like the right thing to do, it is now very difficult for us to do it. And so, I'm not going there with a disdain or disregard for the importance of people getting their salary adjustments, but given our current circumstances and in the context that I just shared about the city and, the overall experience of, taxpayers in this city as well as employees of the city, I feel like it is the responsible thing for us to actually engage in that conversation. And it is a negotiation. So, I go into that with the best of intentions and the best of will, and will, hope that we arrive at a good place, but understand that there is a negotiation associated with that. But all in all, the COLAs and steps associated with all of our staff is about what we need to be able to come in with a budget that is our same budget for this year. And let me just remind you that if we were to bring a budget to the taxpayers and that budget did not pass, that is the amount that we would need to reduce. So what you're looking at here is, is an exercise that we would need to do in order to be able to respond to the city in terms of what a level funded budget looks like, but it's also what we would need to do if, for whatever reason, we were not able to get a budget approved by the voters of the city or by the council. So this is de facto where we would wind up if the council just did not approve any increase on our budget. So that's one way to get there. And then the other options, and I want to underscore that particularly the first two of those options, I don't think can be done in totality. So it has to be a combination of all of those to achieve that. So this is the first one, athletics and co-curricular. That is how much is in our budget that is left for athletics and co-curriculars after the cuts that you've already entertained. So the 140 is already backed out of that. So this would be additional reductions like the ones that you saw earlier, but going however deep we need to go in order to be able to get us to the bottom line amount that we settle at. Another option would be to reduce, elementary art, music, and PE. And so this is the total cost of all of our art, music, and PE at the elementary level today. We don't have to do all of it. So there would be ways, which we don't have the different permutations because that is part of the discussion today. But if we said, we're going to do art, but no music and, and keep PE, then, that would be a certain amount that could be reduced in our in that, from that total amount. If we said we want to do less art, and less music, and less PE than what we currently do, we could, reduce that amount. If we wanted to eliminate all of that, that would be that total amount. And then the last option, which is the middle school model, and from our previous discussions about this is a hard one for me to embrace, but we have recognized that we need to look at our costs around this. So this is, in essence, the cost of bringing us to a middle school model where we do not have built in the additional planning time that our middle school teachers currently have. So this is if we were to staff our middle schools the way that we staff our elementary schools, at the upper grade level. So this is for 25, sort of the equivalent of 25 students to a homeroom, and then the same level of extras, extracurricular, not extracurricular, the specials, art, music, PE, and in the case of the middle school, retaining world languages. So we would have music, art, PE, and world languages at the middle school, but not all of the other different exploratory options that are currently available in our middle schools. So that would be where the savings would materialize. That one is, harder to parse out. You could, in theory, say, sure, let's keep art, music, PE, and world languages, and let's give them one more position, or two more positions, or whatever that might be, so that we would reduce less and have more exploratory options. But that's the discussion that I'm hoping that we have as a finance committee tonight, leading to a budget for the board tomorrow. And so that's where we are.
That's the last slide? Okay.
I think, wait, we have the next slide, right? Which is the details on the COLAs. Okay. So this is just to give you, a layer down around the COLAs. You can see what is currently negotiated. So therefore, we would have to reopen the collective bargaining agreement, and what the currently budgeted cost of living adjustment and step increases are for the different units. That is what is currently in our budget that we would look to get some concessions around. Is that my last slide, Miranda?
That is your last slide. I do need to make one note on the prior slide, though, go back. As we were talking about this, I was looking at my model, and I can see that I made an error with the elementary art, music, and PE. So both elementary art, music, and PE and the line below it, middle school model, are about a reduction of about 23 FTEs. But I used the generic amount in the middle school model, and I should have used the generic amount in PE, art, and music as well. And I didn't. I took actual costs. So I'll need to, just so you all know exactly what we're talking about here, like that basically makes the number the same as the middle school model, just over 1.5 million. So that's just my error, and I'll need to revise that for future discussions, but I wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone.
Great.
Great. Questions? So I have a question. Oh, Roberto, go ahead.
Never mind. I'll wait.
Okay. So my question, I think you got to this over the course of the presentation. And so I just want to kind of confirm with you that in your professional estimation, the trade-off between keeping the Title I funded positions in exchange for a slightly increased classroom size in grades 1 through 3 is worth it.
Yeah, and I think, yes, to answer that directly. And then I just want to remind you that in the elementary reconfiguration proposal that I brought to you at the beginning of this budget cycle, that was baked into the elementary reconfiguration proposal. So I just want to say that this is not, from my perspective, a new item. It's an item that we had backed out of when we changed our elementary reconfiguration, when we backed out of elementary reconfiguration. So this was actually consistent with what we had in that proposal.
And so you don't do you have concerns that it, we know like what is the average classroom size in Maine for that grade level?
No.
No, okay.
I don't know that.
But you're not concerned that this is going to create an unworkable situation in classrooms?
I would not be offering it if I thought that it was going to create an unworkable situation in classrooms. I absolutely believe that there could potentially be a classroom that would become difficult to manage and not an ideal, not a good situation, based on the needs of individual students, the strength of the instructor and things along those lines. And so, we deal with that all the time, but, to say that across the board, going from 22 to 25 is, if I felt that it was not a workable arrangement, it would be something that I wouldn't be proposing. So I am very much aware of the research. I believe that research to be true. And I also don't think that we're talking about something that is going to impede our ability to meet the needs of students in general. I do think that, in individual situations, we will need to make staffing adjustments and, add techs and do different things, for those classrooms. But I'm not, I would not be proposing it if I didn't think that it was workable.
And the budget as proposed, do you feel has the flexibility to be able to add a position here or there as needed?
We do every year, and I, you saw that in the 17 positions that we added this year. Some of that came with, revenue offset. Some of it is, we're still, you and the Finance Committee have seen our, projections for this year. We, we're, even with the COVID, costs and things like that, we're still on track to come in under budget. So there is, usually enough room, between things that, you saw positions that didn't get filled this year that are now being erased from our budget for next year. The ed techs, the social worker, you saw, there are technical things that happen that give us some flexibility, and we added 2 positions, after the budget was approved for elementary classrooms that passed that threshold. And so we always have the flexibility to be able to do that. We would be, we would be in dire straits if we did.
Okay, thank you. I see Emily has her hand up, and then
can I just pause before we do that? Because I saw Malia sort of inching towards the camera, and I don't know if that meant that you wanted to say anything about class size or.
No, I think what you said is good, Javier.
Okay, so I'll let Emily speak, and then we're about 10 minutes of 8 here, and so I would propose after that we would move to our public hearing. Okay, so Emily?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we didn't have during the conversations that we had so far about elementary school reconfiguration, we didn't actually get into the content of increasing elementary school class size, because that was an addition at the right before the budget process started, and then very quickly that proposal, the elementary school reconfiguration, was taken out of the budget. So as a finance committee or as a board, we haven't actually discussed increased class size as part of the elementary school reconfiguration. So I know it was added at the end, but not in a way that we've had any deliberation about it.
Okay. So with that, for anybody who came in that wasn't here at the beginning of the meeting, we did decide to hold our public hearing sort of after we got the presentation this evening, so that members of the public would have the benefit of seeing the latest iteration of the budget that we've been talking about. So at this point, we'll move into the public hearing. If you are an attendee of this meeting, you can use the raise your hand feature, which you can find by clicking on the participants button at the bottom of your screen. And I will call your screen name. And once you're called on, if you could state your name, your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. Carrie Foster. And you may need to, oh, there we go. Go ahead, Carrie.
Hi, okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, this is new technology for me. I was actually booted off my computer. But yes, I'm Carrie Foster, PEA president. I'm also a Portland resident and taxpayer. So I'd like to first reiterate that the PEA does have a long history of working with the district during financial crises and difficult situations. This can certainly be categorized as both, and I want to make it clear that we will continue to do the best we can. We're committed to what's best for our students. It has been a bit frustrating today. I have to note that my home Wi-Fi struggles outside of that and being kicked out of the Zoom. I spent like 45 minutes responding to a flurry of messages from people who couldn't access the meeting due to the wrong link being posted. And it sounds like a couple different places, although the one on Board Docs did work. So I spent a lot of time troubleshooting for those members and for myself. So my feeling is that there are others out there who would like to give public comment, but may have been inadvertently barred and didn't realize that the link was eventually fixed, which I do appreciate that piece of it. But the situation does highlight the difficulty of accessing and sharing information at this time. And I do feel that we need to make decisions based on the most information possible. There are still so many unknowns. We have the federal stimulus package out there. We don't know what back to school is even going to look like next year. What we do know is our most valuable resource is our people. And I think that the parents and families of Portland have seen that these past couple months as well. John Jennings noted last week that because the city has been all but shut down, the work doesn't cease or even slow down. And in fact, staff are working harder than ever. And that's true of us too. In the meantime, the budget process seems all of a sudden in hyperdrive, which I totally understand. This is unprecedented and it's hard. We can't make huge decisions like this, however, that will significantly impact students and staff without more information about things like federal funding, the state and district allocation, the health and safety and whole student achievement of our students and what that's going to look like. For a side note, I do wholeheartedly agree with Board Member Figdor that serving 25 students in a socially distanced classroom seems highly impractical. Without knowing what school's going to look like next year, it's really difficult to even figure out how these allocations work. And we also need to know what the people of Portland are willing to accept for our students, because this is huge. And yes, I know it's really difficult, no easy answers. Things have changed incredibly quickly in the past 2 months, but I do want to encourage everyone to carefully consider that it is not in anyone's best interest to make drastic cuts that will have lasting impacts on the families and our community. I have no idea if I'm running close to near time, but I'll end it there. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Carrie. So next I have Nix. Nix, go ahead.
Good evening. I am Susie Nick, the librarian at Portland High School. I live at 2 Tanya Lane in Falmouth. I watched the budget review last Thursday. Thank you to all of you involved in this budget process. The data in my comments is from the fiscal year 2021 Superintendent's Budget Review. I am addressing 3 concerns and providing 2 recommendations. Any cuts should not be services that directly touch students. First, co-curricular. Leave this alone. It's $140,000. Please find it someplace else. 2, enrollment-based adjustments. Portland High School enrollment is steady for next year, just as Casco Bay stays the same. Why is Portland High School taking a staffing cut, but Casco Bay is not? Goal 2 of the Portland Promise is equity, and it states, quote, PPS is vigilant in supporting each and every student's particular path to achieving high standards, rooting out systemic or ongoing inequities. Favoring one school over another or rationalizing a cut because of a retirement is an ongoing inequity and is unacceptable. 3, central office does not seem to be taking cuts to personnel. When everyone else in the district will be asked to do more with less, why isn't central office doing the same? My recommendations. Number 1, reduce the outside services. From page 5 of the budget, a line called Purchase Professional and Tech Services, which is $1,548,129. If we eliminate new programming, we can reduce this number. In addition, in this worldwide crisis, this provides us with the opportunity to rely on each other and use our own staff for professional development. PPS hires intelligent, committed, skilled, and multi-degreed professionals. Look inward and use us for professional development and as consultants. We are the ones who know the community and our students, and this is the time to become more self-reliant as a district. 2, no new programming. The curriculum, professional development, and math coaches detailed on page 17 is a new math and phonics curriculum. No new programming right now. This is not a good investment for next year due to the COVID-19 interruption. We still don't know what the school year looks like and how many interruptions there will be. Also, when and if teachers and students return, they will be adjusting and will not be ready for a new curriculum. Save this for another time. In conclusion, no cuts should directly affect students. As we know, students and families in Portland have put their dreams on hold due to job loss or other difficult situations. This is not the time to be fulfilling the district's dreams. PPS needs to honor our students and residents and create a budget that does not increase taxes and negatively impact students. Thank you for your time, and for your convenience, I will email all of you my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Lee, L-E-E-E. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Erica Lee Winship. I live at 26 Fall Lane in Portland. I teach social studies at Portland High School, and I'm also a cluster coordinator there. And I also have 2 children in the Portland Public Schools. I have a rising 9th grader who will be attending Portland High and a rising junior at Portland High. So I just like to sort of iterate what Susie said. I'm looking at the co-curricular cuts of $140,000, and it frankly just feels like way too much. That is a lot of loss for our students at both of our high schools. And I think this is a time we need to really be thinking about what is it that we can offer kids. There's so much uncertainty in the world today, and I'm really feeling it as I sit home with my own children. They're missing their co-curricular activities, they're missing their sports, and I think we need to do everything we can to preserve those for our students, not be looking to make cuts there. I also would like to just comment on the elementary class size piece that many of you have commented on. I would agree with many of the board comments that that seems like a big trade-off. I'm not really sure when I weigh elementary school class size with math coaches that sits well with me. I can't imagine, you know, a kid or a family saying, well, remember that math coach and what they did for me. Whereas, you know, they're really going to think about their elementary teacher and the individual programming and services they provide for them, you know, in a smaller class size and the individual attention they get. So I think we really need to look carefully at those title investments and think about whether or not that trade-off is actually worth it. I would also agree with Susie. I'm a little unclear about some of the, Susie's comments a minute ago, some of the enrollment data that I saw. By my calculations, Portland High is not standing to lose any students, so I'm not sure why we are taking a cut in teaching positions. And just in my work as cluster coordinator, I can't tell you this year's numbers because I haven't seen them all, but last year there were 249 kids who were not able to get an art class they signed up for, 222 kids who couldn't get a music class they signed up for, and 190 kids who couldn't get a social studies class they signed up for. And I'm sure there are others for other subject areas as well. Those are just the ones I work with directly. We have way too many kids in study hall, and I can speak from my own kids' experience. They're not able to access the classes they want. So a cut doesn't seem to sit well with me there. And finally, I would just agree with Susie. It seems like this budget is being balanced on the backs of students and teachers. And I would really urge us to look really for cuts that are further away from kids and that don't directly impact the work that happens with kids every day. And I think central office really just needs to go a little deeper. I don't see much on the table there. And it just doesn't sit right with me as a parent and a taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Tedesco. Kristen, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Okay, sorry about the picture. It seriously is a joke with the students. So I'm Kristen Tedesco. I teach at Lyseth, second grade. I live in Wyndham. I'm definitely concerned about the class size in middle school being 25, which is now going to be the same as you're proposing. That'd be the same class size for grades 1, 2, and 3. I'm not sure where the equity is in that. I can assume and would believe that my experience is telling me the teaching in remote learning, which is likely for next year, that teaching is strenuous at best for young students. There's so much work that goes into that. I don't understand or know how I could even begin to do that with 25 students, let alone the day-to-day work. But I'm not sure where the equity is around, you know, students that are a little bit more capable versus our youngest that we're really trying to embed foundational skills. The other piece I'm a little bit concerned about is that we're looking to cut the cost of living raise, we're lane changes, steps, what be it, but we are deemed essential workers. We've continued to do the work every single day. We have been a constant for the youngest students to the, you know, middle and the high school students. I don't understand why we would be the ones being cut. I also am curious around the need for keeping coaches when they don't know much more about remote learning versus what we know. So I'm just concerned about the number of students to teachers, especially at that younger grade, and the reduction in our pay or not increasing the pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Vanusa Mateus. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, can you?
Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Vanusa Mateus. I live at 60 Strugwater, Apartment 3, Westbrook. And then I'm speaking on behalf of the minority population, the new Mainers or immigrants. So I'm a little bit concerned because I didn't hear much of the specifics, how all this cutting in the budget will look like for the kids in elementary school, first grade, second grade, and third grade, knowing that if the size of the classes will be 20 to 25, some of the kids that are just learning English, are they going to be able to excel on all the changes and adjust and tell them like you can't do this or do that, knowing that English is not their first language? And then with the cutting of the additional help with ed techs and other staffing, and I think that might be a hard thing to do, knowing that the new scenario that we are facing. And then I thank you for the time of everybody that is expressing their concerns, and I'm just expressing what I feel that might be, you know, a concern for the minority population here in Maine, knowing that the numbers are growing. And I definitely just would like to hear more how this cut in the budget thing would affect us in a positive or negative way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Terrence Southard. Go ahead. Sorry, Taryn, you were on mute. Go ahead. I don't.
I don't see Taryn anymore.
I don't see. Okay, I see Taryn has her hand raised again. I'm going to allow you to talk, Taryn. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I got kicked out. I apologize. I am a second grade teacher at Riverton School, and I live in Yarmouth. I just want to echo everything that I've heard thus far from teachers about that I truly believe that these cuts need to be taken away from the backs of students and teachers. Social emotional needs will be even higher next year than they ever have been. And on top of that, we will be battling a wider achievement gap than years prior. I'm already thinking about how do I meet the needs of more first graders or rising second graders next year, on top of the fact that they haven't been in school for nearly a half a year, on top of a new math curriculum, on top of we're losing a second grade teacher at Riverton. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around that, and then being unsure of what teaching is even going to look like next year. How can I teach students online and at school? And I'm just feeling like increasing class sizes just moves away from what Portland stands for. And I'm also concerned, as Mateus, the woman before me, mentioned, about meeting the needs of an incredibly vulnerable population at Riverton. How do we meet the needs of English language learners? How do I have more students in my class and meet their needs in an online format? I just think that echoing what everyone else has said prior, that we need to take away these cuts from students and teachers, the people who are going to have the most work to do next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have M. Yeed. Go ahead.
Emmy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. So my name is Emilia Franco. I live at 231 Woodford Street. I'm part of the Angolan community in Maine. The language we speak the most is Portuguese. And I remember that in the last meeting was mentioned that they want to, or they may improve the staff working with people who speak English as a second language, but I didn't hear anything about it at this meeting. That's why I'm waiting to ask the question at the end. So I would like to know how, what are the plans, or how are you guys thinking on improving this staff, and which kind of people would be included? And in my opinion, I would like to see if people who work as ed tech can be included at this staff, or we can maybe use some interpreters as well, because I used to go to high school or middle school, first, second, third grade, to interpret for people who has English as a second language, and they have a lot of difficulties at school. So I would like to know more about it, and how are you guys thinking on helping this kind of population? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nicole Myers. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
a little personal, but my name's Nicole Myers. I live at 155 Beverly Street in Portland. I'm an ELL teacher at King Middle School. And I just wanted to mention something about myself, I guess. It was mentioned that cost of living raises or even steps would be eliminated or, negotiated. And I just want to say I'm a single mom. Through this experience, my daughter has not been able to go to college. So she's home and she's in a position of not being able to find work because she was going to massage therapy school and she has her esthetician license. So I'm also living with my parents who are both immune compromised, and I've been caring for them. And it's been difficult. And I guess I just think I'm getting a little emotional, sorry, but I just think that, like the other people have said, putting this on the teachers' backs after we've really done everything we possibly could to get our students and ourselves and our families through this crisis. It hurts very deeply to think that we have to be cut or that money that we might have budgeted for might not come to fruition. So I would just ask for some compassion and empathy. We are taxpayers too, and we have expenses that have resulted from all of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any hands right at the moment. I'll wait. Oh, I see one. We have Louis Betchard. Go ahead. Go ahead, Louis.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
This is my son's Zoom. I forgot to change the name. My name is Giovanna Bouchard. I live on Racine Ave. I have two kids that go to Lyseth Elementary. One will be at Lyman Moore next year. I've listened, and all I can say is I don't envy the position that you're in, and I appreciate you taking the time and being thoughtful through this process. I know it's difficult. I would just want to say that, in hearing the proposed cuts to elementary art, gym, physical education, and music, those are just concerning because those are some of the things that bring certain kids to school. If they don't necessarily have a love for math or social studies or reading, those are the kinds of classes that foster their imagination and their love of learning and bring them into the school so they can get excited about learning. Kids need that sort of development in order to have a well-rounded education. And I would just, maybe ask for a little bit of pause in making those kind of cuts. And I think right now our students are going to need more people in their lives, more support, not less. So having the manpower, the educators there in our schools for our kids, whether it's virtually or not, since we don't know what to expect. I think that's going to be important now more than ever. Thanks for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Next is John Thibodeau. Go ahead, John.
Hi, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you to the Finance Committee and the school board, as well as PPS staff and the City Council. I know you've been doing incredible work in extraordinarily difficult times, so thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Equity in Portland Schools. Just have a few comments. First is just around the Deering Co-Curriculars, and I wonder if it is possible to have a different formula that would better balance Deering's prospects for funding co-curriculars. I think the negative loop or negative cycle that Councilor Figdor cited, I think is a good point and something to consider. As far as looking to restore the Title I funds for the poor schools, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate that effort and intent, and I think that's a good thing. But to balance that with increased class size is concerning, very concerning, for a number of reasons. General learning, especially at-risk students, staff. Also, another key point that I think hasn't really been brought up, but also in attracting and retaining parents and taxpayers, class size is an important variable, something to consider. And I think also someone else mentioned this, but it's likely we will still be in a pandemic in the fall, and the thought of increasing class size in that type of situation, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If anything, the district may be forced to go in the other direction. So I just wonder if there is some way to maintain both of these key pieces, Title I funding and keeping class size at least where it is now. And if there is some way to prioritize those two critical pieces. I know it's a difficult hand that you're dealt, but I ask if there is a way to make that work. I think that would serve our district best. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just waiting a second to see if we have any more hands. And I don't see any. I don't see any coming up. So with that, I'll close the public hearing. Okay. So at this point, I guess we would need a motion on the table. Do we have language for a motion, Javier or Miranda?
No, I don't think I'm not sure what you would move at this point. So I think there needs to be more discussion to actually have a motion to advance budget to the board, which is ultimately what the finance committee has to do today.
Right. We usually would have a motion on the table to kind of start the deliberation. I'm happy to just kind of talk further and wait for a motion if we want to do it that route.
Isn't it the proper way to go, though, is we do a motion and then we go into, deliberation, and isn't that the normal course?
Yeah, I would think so. We might just want a very basic motion that a motion to move the budget in the amount of what's been proposed today to the full board.
What amount would that be? Would that be the 119 or the 117?
I think it would be, well, my inclination would be to entertain the amount that gives us a 0% tax increase.
Yeah, I move for that, for the 0% tax increase.
Okay.
For
so
discussion, we get there.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second it for the purpose of discussion. Emily, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't want to get before the process. So if you were gonna lay out more in terms of the process, I can wait.
Well, I think that at this point it's open for discussion, and I'm happy to include board members, everyone in the discussion, anyone who wants to weigh in. I think, whatever you want to say about this budget, and if there are amendments that need to be made, those could be entertained at this time as well.
So if I can put forward just a few of my thoughts then. The first is on the co-curriculars, I would like us to reconsider the distribution between Deering and Portland to find something that is a more equitable distribution between the two schools in terms of cuts to athletics and co-curriculars. I'm worried about the impact of those cuts on Deering at a really important time for the school. I think from an equity lens, I think that those cuts could have a greater impact on our students of color and students living in poverty. And so I think they're really inconsistent with our equity goals. So that's the first issue. The second issue is with respect to our student resource officers. And I know at our last finance committee meeting, I said that my intention was to talk about eliminating those two positions for a number of reasons, which I might not get into right now, because after more consideration on my part, I thought I might hold that that decision and conversation with the board until the full board takes up the budget. I think I'd still like to do that tonight, but if there's disagreement, I'm happy to talk more about why I'm thinking about eliminating those positions and to have that conversation. And then the third issue is around class size and the proposal to increase elementary school class size. That is not something I can support. So I would be looking for some other ways to absolutely move the title funding onto our local budget, but to do so without increasing class size, which I hear the superintendent, but I don't see how we increase class size without impacts on our students, including, and with the biggest impacts on our most vulnerable students based on the research. So I would look for other ways to, and clearly it's a very challenging budget year, but for other ways to fill that gap, and perhaps looking at small decreases in the COLAs as a way to do that. So those are just my initial thoughts on the changes I would like to see made to this budget before we move forward a 0% tax rate increase budget.
Other comments? Roberto?
Thank you, Anna. I guess I want to number one say that I appreciate that the motion was made to refer the 0% on the tax increase budget and not a zero overall increase. I think that that's the budget. At least that's the expectation that I had would result from tonight's finance meeting. So I just appreciate that at least that's where we're starting right now. I'm gonna just double down a little bit on what Emily said a moment ago and what some of our public comment centered around, and that is to try to do our best to make any cuts as far away from our students as possible. And there are small areas where we can try to work towards that. And Ms. Victor opened up a couple of options that through this meeting sounded to me like they were a little bit more realistic than, for example, increasing the class sizes at the elementary schools in terms of gathering support from the board. I also agree that capitalizing on the savings from eliminating the 2 SRO positions, to me feels a little bit more removed from the classrooms than, say, increasing the class sizes at the elementary school. So I'm perfectly comfortable with that being on the table, but I recognize that that might not be the sentiments from others, not just in the board, but certainly throughout the district. So I wouldn't pretend to say, or I wouldn't pretend that that would be an easy or a popular decision. Second, I would also agree with Ms. Figdor about the using, and this is certainly, none of these options are appealing, of course, but using a portion of the COLAs to then offset some of the increases that we're trying to cover. And because we're not looking at capitalizing the entire $2 million that creates a gap, $2.9 million gap for a zero overall increase, we're only looking for a smaller amount. We wouldn't have to cut the entirety of the COLAs that are projected, but rather just do something, a percentage of them, perhaps, if that's what the board should decide that they want to entertain. And then the last thing that I wanted to say is over the last, just because it was mentioned on the public comments, over the last few years, budgets, we have made some cuts over at central office. And so I was hoping that, just for the sake of reviewing that and making sure that we are explaining why we're not so aggressively pursuing cuts in that department, I think it might be worth revisiting that, because I know that we had some conversations earlier on in the budget process, like last fall, about how central office had been hit relatively hard in previous budgets, and there really wasn't much else to thin out there, at least from the board's perspective. So if we can take just a minute to quickly summarize what we've done over at least since I've been on the board, to what we've done to central office in terms of positions that have been eliminated. And also to recognize that we are proposing, or the superintendent is proposing, a cut in COLAs for central office staff. So they are not completely left unharmed in this particular iteration of the budget. That's it. I think I'll hear the response and some other board member comments, and then I'll jump in afterwards.
Do you want a response from us now?
Yeah,
I don't, because I don't have those numbers. I don't know, Miranda, if you have them from our previous report on this, but I wasn't prepared to do that because that was not on the table. So,
yeah.
For very much for the reasons that you've suggested, I do want to underscore that we are proposing that there be no cost of living adjustments. We had already advanced that in our original version of the budget to go down from 3% to 2%, and so we've now assumed that would be part of the COLA reductions that we would put in place. We don't have any staffing reductions that I would feel comfortable making at this point. We, as the board knows, are already challenged in meeting some of the expectations that the board and other administrative bodies have from us as a school district. We also don't believe that we can advance the achievement, equity, whole student, and people goals of the organization by reducing our capacity at the district office. I've spent a significant amount of time over the last few days talking to colleagues in other districts, as well as listening to our own teachers talk about some of the things that have worked in the during these past couple of months. And I can assure you that without our capacity, we would be in a very different place in terms of what we would have been able to do for meeting the needs of our students and our community. So I would be happy to give you what we've given you before. Tomorrow at the board meeting, we can include that in our presentation, but I don't have it right now. But I do feel very strongly that we are not in a position to make reductions in our central departments without seriously jeopardizing our ability to meet the expectations that you have of me and of our school district.
I appreciate that, Javier, and I know that we've had conversations about this before, and because it was brought up, I thought it'd be good to discuss it now. So yeah, if we can add it to the package tomorrow, that way we can point to it, and because obviously it'll continue to be brought up as it is every year.
Next I have Mickey.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. Then I would like to echo my two colleagues, Emily and Roberto. If we can, because when I look at the achievement gap and the issue, then most are disadvantaged students are facing during this pandemic, and I see the impact of the size of the classroom. I would like to reconsider to look at different options for reductions, because when we see then we cutting already some of the Spanish teachers to try to find some reductions, and then having the impact on the class size, we may open up to hire some more teachers in the future. So it's not really balancing the equity lens than we are facing right now, because when we look at the impact, then the student will have going back to school, try to adjust and be able to just to balance the sense of social distancing, and everything will come out. We have an unknown future for right now. Are the school and class gonna look like? And I feel like when I look at all the budget size since the beginning, really having a really impact on most of the reduction and cuts from the education and academic pieces. So if we can try, I know, and I really value the work then the staff and the superintendent, they have worked on that budget. It's not easy for all of us, but I think we need to bring to the public something so valuable that they can stand behind us and be able to balance the taxpayer, the economy, and also the well-being of the different families, because the teachers and our students, they are the ones going to be on the front line to be able to face all those issues coming out for the future. So that area of reduction, then I want us to consider is going to be something on the co-curricular, because this is what that's exactly what we want our students to be able to access, because they can balance the social emotion and skills before to go to any academic curriculum. And then also try to reduce, don't have a lot of impact on the class size. Because we have some other cut on the EdTech, a class with a lot of students is going to impact the academic level for the vulnerable students. I mean, the teachers never going to have a lot of support and help to try to organize a heavy class, emotion, skills, and everything combined with the academic level. And I think that's why I want to see something that we can work on this budget. Thank you.
Next is Mark.
Thank you. So yeah, I wanted to add my comments. I agree with board member Figdor about looking at the co-curricular funding during high school. Just reconsider the funding formula and how that's allocated. Addressing the student resource officer, I wouldn't support reductions in this context budget. And then looking at class size, yeah, I'm not in favor of increasing the class size. And so with that in mind, I just want to, a question to you, the superintendent. If we wanted to keep the class size as is and to look at the savings, would it be a combination of what's presented on that slide about max savings, the COLAs, athletics and co-curriculars, elementary art, music, PE, and some combination of all those? Is that what you would be looking at if we asked you to keep the classroom size the same?
Sure, and if you look at that slide again, you'll see that there is an other with a question mark next to it. So of course, if there's any other options that you would want to consider, we can, look at those, but those are ones that we brought and put on the table.
So then with that in mind, I would be open to looking at that. I don't know how in detail we want to get tonight. I know we have to get a recommendation tonight, and I don't know if the recommendation or the vote can be, all right, allow this superintendent and his staff to come up with a final proposal for reduction, saying, okay, we just want a reduction that would offset the cost in classroom size. That might be more of a process question.
It's a good question. I'm not sure what the answer to that is. Do we need to recommend, if we recommend a budget to the full board that is just a dollar amount, do we have to have all the specifics in it? Or can we sort of give guidance that we expect the savings to come from certain areas? I don't know. Do you know the answer to that, Javier?
I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I don't think there is a fixed answer to that. But I do just want to sort of call out that you're concerned about how we are distributing the co-curricular cuts in the formula that we came up with. And, I don't feel very confident about my ability to bring you a recommendation that isn't going to get parsed out at the level of, a little bit more PHS, a little bit less steering and all of that. So I guess I would feel much better about a firm decision around what it is that you would like to see in the budget. I've brought you what I think our options are, and as I said to Mr. Balfont, I'm open to other reductions that we've not considered, but I do think that the place to start would be with the recommendations that we've brought you. What would you feel comfortable reducing in terms of middle schools, further cuts in co-curriculars, the specials at the elementary school, as well as, obviously class size? What are the things that you would be comfortable with? Because I don't think that we can bring you back something other than, some combination of all of those. And if you have difficulty accepting, a formula-based reduction at the $140,000 level between high schools, middle schools, and then I don't know how I can bring you something that would be, acceptable, without winding up back in this conversation.
Mark, did you want to respond, or I can just let you?
Yeah, no, I don't have a response. I'm taking this in, so no, thank you, Superintendent. I'll let someone else comment as I think about the way forward for how I would like to proceed. Thank you.
Marnie, you're next.
Well, considering I'm not an official finance committee member, I'm just going to say some general comments about what's been discussed, as well as what the public has said, as well as the emails and calls we've gotten up to this point. I am very much supportive of things that are furthest away from our students. Things that are brought tonight are not necessarily that. And I know we're in it's extremely difficult time to set a budget. We've never had it ever the years I've done this. But I must say that this one in particular around the class sizes doesn't sit well with me. And I will not, and I'll repeat, I will not support a budget that does not have our SROs in that, because we've heard time and time again from our administrators and even our student representatives and even students, and even from our Casco Bay principal that wants an SRO. This is something that we need to listen to the people that are experiencing it day to day, instead of just our own personal opinions about it. So that's one comment I needed to make. But in terms of investing, I'm thinking if we could take a hard look at things that may be considered something new, a new investment or a new program or a new something for the new year. It's not, in my opinion, a time that we need to be looking at anything different, new, or we need to honestly get back to the basics and our foundational structures around education, because it's such an upheaval already, and to try and make sure that our students can catch up and can feel grounded without a new math, without a new, even I know our pre-K, it looked like it was going to be offset by funding, but I would even take a close look and ensure that we don't have additional costs by adding a pre-K, because I would not be in favor of even adding an additional pre-K at this time. So I'm really thinking when things get really tough, you hunker down and you focus on what's the most important. And that, of course, I know our students' safety and their security, and understanding when they get back to school, things will be as similar as they were when they left it. So like I said, I apologize. I don't have a lot of specifics. We'll be debating a lot tomorrow night at our board meeting. But I appreciate all your hard work to staff and definitely to our teachers. And I would like at least a conversation with our unions just to see if there's any leverage there at all, or willingness to consider something, because at this point things are bleak, and I just would love to at least start the conversations. But thank you very much. I'm going to have to sign off, but I'll see you tomorrow night for our board meeting. Thanks again to all the public that was here tonight.
Thanks, Marnie.
Thanks.
Quickly remind everyone that we are not debating tomorrow in the board meeting, that tomorrow we have a workshop. So it'll be similar to what we're doing today, and then a first read on the budget that you advance today. So we are not debating. That will be the following meeting. We will have a public hearing, so an opportunity for people to provide additional input.
Next is Adam.
Thank you. So first, I just want to acknowledge the difficulty I've heard voiced a few different ways and times from the public. I'm sorry that tonight's meeting was difficult to get into and stay into, and I'm sorry for the difficulty of kind of wrapping our heads around this information and trying to articulate a comment this fast. I think some of that may have been preventable and some of it is not. So as it may assist my colleagues on the finance committee, I just want to say I'm not okay with the class size increase. I'm not okay with elementary cuts to music, PE, and art. I'm not okay with the middle school model. I'm still not clear on athletics and the co-curriculars because our data about who's using this is so poor. So far, I understand that athletics cost a lot more than the co-curriculars and serve 25% of the students. I don't know what those makeup of those students are, and I don't know what the 75% of our other students want or need, and how we might be meeting those needs or not. As it was raised in a comment, I am curious to know what's in the $1.6+ million in professional and tech services. I don't have any look into that budget line, and it is a large one. And I just want to highlight in last week's joint finance committee meeting, it was brutal to hear what's happening on the city side, and their projections are looking at 10 to 20 to 30% cut of positions. And since the administration's already put themselves out to say they'll take a 1% R to a COLA, I'm curious if our other labor units would be agreeable to a similar reduction. And if that gets us to where we need to be in our numbers to meet a 0% tax increase budget. Thank you.
Next is Tim.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pull out something that I really heard from the public comment tonight, or that I appreciated hearing, I guess, is a recognition of the difficult situation that and the difficult decisions that we're going to have to make as a board. You know, our budget is staff, right, to a very large extent, and our mission is to serve students. And every year we're trying to keep the impact of whatever costs reductions we need to make far from students and far from staff. And so that becomes increasingly difficult each year. So when I hear, you know, keep it far from students, like, I think we've attempted to do that, and Superintendent and Chair Rodriguez were talking about some of the cuts that we made over the last couple of years. I think my first year on the board, we cut somewhere between $600,000 and $800,000 in central office staff. So it's harder and harder to keep it far from the students when we have made those cuts already. The other part that makes this really difficult is the exemplary job that our staff is doing in this time, this unprecedented time. So to consider asking them to set aside their COLA and step adjustments at this time is very difficult, but I think that is a way that, you know, a way that we should approach this. And I hope that, as Ms. Foster mentioned in her comment, you know, the teachers union is amenable to at least sitting down and discussing that. I think all the other things below that line, I wasn't a fan of, especially, you know, thinking about change to the middle school model, or reductions to the elementary music, art, and PE. I think I would find it really hard to go in that direction. So I think those are all of my thoughts at the moment. But certainly don't envy the finance committee members their decision to pass along, you know, exactly what you're going to pass along to the board. And you know, it's going to be a difficult and challenging discussion as we consider all the options as a board. So just appreciate the relationships that we have all built over the years, and with staff as well, because I think that's going to be what gets us through this this difficult time. So thank you.
Anyone else? Emily.
Just to circle back to your last question, I would like to move forward with specificity in terms of where exactly we are proposing that different changes that we might make tonight come from, because I think, you know, some of those details have been central to the conversation tonight. So I'd like to move forward with that specificity. So I don't know if you want me to propose an amendment to the motion.
Yeah, I think I might ask Miranda, with your assistance in kind of keeping track of our dollar figure as amendments come forward. So if you need help with those, Emily, you can ask Miranda, and you can feel free to make an amendment.
So my amendment, my first amendment is to equally split between Portland and Deering the cut to extracurriculars and athletics that are now shared between the two schools. So rather than determining it per pupil, we would split it equally between the two schools.
Is there, do you want, Emily, do you want to do them all at once so that you have or should we should probably just take them one at a time like that. So is there a second to that?
Second it for discussion.
Seconded by Mark. And okay, we can discuss that. Emily?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure I have, my key thinking here is just really the concern that Deering is getting hurt because of in particular, because of a one-year drop in enrollment, and that we would create essentially a negative feedback loop where there are fewer athletic and co-curricular opportunities at the school, which impact Deering students in a multitude of ways, and also prevent, I know enrollment has come up for next year, but that we that could be eroded as those options are taken away from Deering students. I'm also concerned from an equity lens about making cuts that are so much deeper at Deering, given that that our population at Deering is more students of color and low-income students. So I think that it could hit our students of color and students living in poverty in a greater way because the cuts are borne so much by Deering. So I would my proposal is to split the cuts that those two schools would face, to split them evenly.
I guess I would like Aaron, since he was responsible for working through that with the two schools, to maybe respond to that concern about the disproportionate impact on Deering from these reductions.
I mean, I just want to clarify again that particularly on the athletics side, that the proposed reductions reflect teams that were not essentially either positions that were not filled this past year or teams that were not in existence. So, I think I hear the interest in, in recognizing like how we account for the distinctions in the student body, and so the consideration of how we weight that. But I think, I would struggle to, part of why we moved to trying to have some level of analysis around this was there had not been a specific methodology behind the allocation of these resources previously. And while that's problematic, this reflected an effort to begin to have a unit of analysis, as the superintendent named. And I think in that lack of clarity and transparency has bred negative aspects of our culture. And I think this is an effort to be more transparent about the allocation of our dollars and to try and adjust. Again, I think, I recognize that this is, this is $30,000 more in cuts, does feel significant. At the same time, I haven't, I can look at the numbers to clarify. We're talking about $30,000 out of almost $1 million budget. And so the impact that feels, that this would reflect in terms of the diminished opportunity for kids, I don't think is commiserate with, how the numbers, kind of are perceived on this slide. So, and we're happy to follow up with that data, but I just want to make sure that people are clear that this doesn't reflect, a team that's going to not exist last year for which there were students participating in. You know, this largely reflects stipends allocated to assistant coaches who, for the funding of, you know, kind of facilitating first teams, which are typically kind of like the freshman teams in the vast majority of these sports, they did not exist this past year. So, so anyway, I just wanted to offer that clarification just to make sure that people aren't feeling like all of a sudden there are going to be significant numbers of Deering students who aren't able to participate in the sport that they participated in last year.
But Darren, and just a clarifying question, were those sports, you know, did those teams not exist because the class size was so much smaller at Deering this year? So those freshman sports teams didn't have enough interest, as, you know, in part because of the very small class size.
I guess it depends on the sport. There are some that have been have not had a you know, first team for a number of years. There are some that didn't have a first team this year. So I think that impact varies from my understanding of the participation data. But I think the other, you know, the flip side of the question is if we're in the space of, you know, proposing additional reductions on the Portland High side, I think there's a consideration and a commiserate analysis around, you know, is it forcing a situation where there's not going to be access on that side? If there's, you know, I think both sides of the equation would need to be, you know, analyzed in terms of the opportunity for participation. You know, we're in the space, we've been asked by you all to consider the 140K reduction. And so, you know, trying to think about finding a way to ensure and maximize the opportunity for all students in Portland has been kind of the guiding approach that we've taken to land at these recommendations, so that at all schools we're continuing to maximize the opportunity for participation. So I think, you know, just in the notion of equalizing it, you know, a potential implication of that is that there'd be reduced access on the Portland side.
So I can follow up with a question about that. I mean, we've talked about how equity is not the same as equality, right? Mm-hmm. And so in your mind, as you've thought about these reductions, is this an equitable reduction?
No, I have steered away from using the word equity, in part because I think, you know, we have a number of issues to address in how our, you know, financial system works around, you know, in terms of how it operates from an equity perspective. I do think it advances, you know, approaching it this way. Just again, I'll just reiterate the comments the superintendent said, advances us from a place of there not being a clear rationale for why funds are allocated one way or another, and just that it is kind of legacy or status quo, and moves us towards having a framework around which we can have this kind of conversation. And I do think there's merit in talking about, you know, weighted student formulas and things like that, and how that potentially would apply in the context of athletics and co-curricular, different in how that might apply in the regular general ed K-12 setting. But that's not how our financial system is operated, you know, in the incredibly tight timelines we have to adjust for this. And, you know, we're having a hard time having deliberations around these significant issues, you know, restructuring our resource allocation system and developing that formula, you know, is going to be, you know, would be very challenging to, you know, advance, right, in this moment. And so I do think this represents an improvement in how the resources have been allocated from past years. I recognize and feel for the Deering community, you know. At the same time, there are, you know, legitimate questions from the Portland High community about, wait, that team doesn't even exist anymore. Why are they getting funding for it, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think I struggle to answer that question at times. Right. And so I feel like this is an approach that as well delegates to those closest to the work some decision making about how to maximize the opportunity for students.
So other discussion on the amendment. I guess if there's none, my thought is, I guess I would vote against the amendment. I trust that the staff that has worked on this, that has looked at it through that lens, and it may not look like a fair proposal in terms of the numbers, but when we have to make these type of decisions, I trust that our staff has really thought it through and made the best recommendation that they can. Emily?
But there hasn't been any equity consideration taken into the per pupil calculation. Is that correct?
I think we're struggling. I think it'd be helpful for us to define, the equity. So no, the analysis was strictly done per pupil, total projected from the budget book, the number of projected students at Deering and Portland next year, and the amount of the projected budgets in athletics and co-curricular. So the analysis did not have nuances around number of students who are free and reduced lunch, or number of English language learners or anything like that.
So I guess I appreciate the additional transparency, and I think that transparency, of course, is going in the right direction, and I support the process and effort, and Erin in particular, appreciate the work you put into this. I do think that a per pupil analysis isn't enough, and so I'm gonna I'm not going to withdraw my amendment. I'm going to keep it as is with my proposal again for this coming year, that in terms of the reductions, we split them equally between the two schools, with an acknowledgement that there's ongoing process to add the transparency and figure out, also taking into account and with an equity lens, the investments and programs that we're able to sustain at both schools.
So I just have another follow-up question. So Erin, what is your level of concern or comfort with an even split?
Well, I guess my level of concern with the even split, well, we haven't, we haven't done that analysis to see what the impact would be on the Portland High side. I guess, kind of working backwards from the analysis that we do have, that would mean restoring funding for programming that hasn't existed at Deering. And so I guess I struggle to understand the rationale of that at this point, because I think, I recognize the issues in wanting, just as, Director Figdor was naming, continue to work through this process. Very much believe in us thinking through the notion towards moving towards some weighted formulas around this. But given kind of the current reality, in the context of extracurriculars and athletics, I struggle to understand. We would have to work backwards on then what that would mean for them to absorb another $15,000 in reductions on the Portland High side. So to see what the impact was, but I think it would create less opportunity for students to participate is my concern.
Mark?
Yeah, based on that, I will not be supporting the amendment.
Okay, is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I guess I'll call for a vote on the amendment. We should probably do this by voice, so I'll call on each committee member. Ms. Figdor?
Yes.
Mr. Balfons?
No.
And I vote no. So the motion fails 2-1, sorry. And now we're back to the main motion. Other amendments, Tim?
Thanks. Just a clarifying question about our starting point upon which we are amending. We're starting at a 0% tax increase that includes the proposed changes that that Superintendent Botana came with tonight. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that includes the elementary class size cap increases and the additional co-curricular adjustments, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Emily?
So, at a risk, also remind you that that includes all of the other reductions that have been proposed and discussed over time. So all of the things that you've seen before, as well as all of the investments that we are looking at. So that includes, the pre-kindergarten and the autism and nursing and so on. It includes the Title I investments as they currently stand, and the reductions in staffing at the high school, and Spanish and things along those lines. So just to sort of reiterate that that's what is currently in front of you, is that full budget. So, as you think about making amendments to it, there's amendments to get us down from 0.5 to 0, but there's also the larger budget, which you've never, voted and ratified to date. So I just want to make sure that you remember that.
Right. Emily?
So my second amendment is to not reduce elementary school, not increase elementary school class size. So rather than that reduction, and I do not do this lightly, but to look to COLA reductions for the $390,000. I will say that I intend to propose reducing the two SRO positions, which is $150,000. So but I'm going to hold that and not do that tonight. But for the COLA reductions, eventually, that I would like to consider at the full board level, it reduces the amount we'd be looking for from the COLA reductions from $390,000 to, I believe, $237,566. Yep.
Yeah, I just, for clarification, we've used all of the COLA reductions that we have the ability to single-handedly, sort of unilaterally use, are already in the budget. And before I sort of make that as an assertion, let me just double check with Miranda that we've used everything that is non-negotiated in our reduction so far.
We've used everything that is non-rep. We have not used everything that is not yet bargained.
So can you just give details? Just pull up that slide.
I can tell you, or I can pull the slide back up, but
if you can tell, it's fine, and I could go.
Yeah, so what we're talking about is, so originally, long ago, it was before March 10th, actually. I think originally when we built the budget, we had a 3% non-rep COLA in. That is now 0, and that represented about $150,000. Base and PAA are not yet bargained, and the value of the COLAs and the steps combined for both of those contracts is $322,000. So that really is the max that is not actually yet part of a settled contract.
So I guess I'd look to the superintendent and Miranda for suggestions on how to proceed. If it's, I mean, the math works out if I go forward with the amendment regarding SROs. However, I would prefer to have the full board and have the opportunity to have, it's now 9/11, I prefer the opportunity to have a fuller discussion about the SRO positions. But I'm, or perhaps we could leave it as we could, yeah, so I guess I'm looking to the two of you for suggestions on how to proceed here.
Well, let me just say though, so the original gap to get down to 0% is 472,000. So with the 100,000 in central office and academics contract cuts, and if we did build into the budget the full value of all non-settled contract COLAs and reduced all of those, and that includes COLAs and steps, we'd be at 422, so short almost exactly $50,000. So it's very close. If that were the route, you know, numbers-wise, it's very close.
Is that, Miranda, what would that do percentage-wise? Would it get us to 0?
Well, I mean, I guess if I plugged it in, it wouldn't be 0.00. It might be, if I round it, it could be darn close. You know, we could probably come back. I mean, I don't want to speak for the superintendent, but I'm inclined to think we could work with this to come back to the full cut for tomorrow, or just something that rounds to 0. It's,
but I will, I think that's right, and we could figure out how to make up that difference. I want to be very clear that, you know, this is a negotiation. We have postponed negotiating with those two bargaining units, and, you know, you can, you know, I mean, we can't unilaterally impose that. There will be a negotiation process where they will rightly expect that they have a cost of living adjustment or a step or something along those lines. And those are the only two places where we don't have to negotiate an existing closed agreement. But I can't tell you with certainty that we will be able to get there. So I am very concerned about anything that assumes that that is in there without a fallback, should that not come to pass. And so I think, you know, I was very clear when we dealt with this that, you know, we're prepared to send letters to our bargaining units asking them to come to the table under, you know, state statute to be able to get that going. But that doesn't mean that they will actually agree to any reductions. So we have to negotiate with PAA and we have to negotiate with BASE in the same way that we negotiated in good faith with the Ed Tech unit and with PEA. And so I would ask you to have the fallback options for, you know, so don't do this just on COLA. I get that we want to try to do this with COLA, and I also understand what the path of least resistance is, you know, between units that are not negotiated and units that are negotiated. But I also want you to have an alternative in mind should that not come to pass.
So just process-wise, I think, Emily, you were kind of in the middle of making an amendment. I don't know if you wanted to finish.
Well, I can't support a budget that is going to increase elementary school class size, especially for our lower elementary schools, our younger elementary school students. So I'm looking for a different place to close that gap. I'm certainly open to other suggestions.
Mark?
Talking to the two committee members, looking to offset the reduction of the class size, looking at $390,000. I'm looking at the slide with the max savings, and at this point, what I'm looking at is the athletics and co-curriculars, and offsetting the class size increase or decrease, or excuse me, the class size issue with reducing athletics and co-curriculars by 390. And so before, putting out to a formal vote, I want to see, is anyone, warm to that under the circumstances? Or if we need a motion, I'm fine with doing a motion too, for discussion purposes.
Why don't we go ahead and put it forward as an amendment and we can discuss it. Is there a second? I'll second it or Emily, okay. So I guess maybe I'll ask Javier to speak his perspective on that.
So what I understand is that you would ask us to reduce co-curriculars by an additional close to $400,000, and to pursue the COLA reductions and to maximize whatever we can from that, and then whatever we don't achieve on that front, we would reduce in co-curriculars. Is that correct?
So under my proposal, I was leaving COLA alone. But I mean, if people want to discuss that, I'm fine with discussing that. Mine was specifically for athletics and co-curriculars, with the idea being, as people have discussed, trying to stay away from the classroom and the teachers. And that's what I was attempting to do with this. Obviously, it does impact our students, but I'm trying to keep it out of the classrooms. And so that's what I was thinking. I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts.
Tim?
I just wanted to clarify that my my sort of back of the napkin math is somewhat accurate here. We've got a $200 million or so athletic and co-curricular budget, and with the addition of this 400,000, we'd be looking at maybe 25% less athletics and co-curriculars for next year. Just wanted to make sure that I'm somewhat in the right ballpark there.
You are.
I guess I'd ask Javier or Aaron, Tim just gave us some measure of the magnitude of that, but do you have any thoughts on the measure of magnitude in terms of, just what would we be looking at for specific programs?
I know that I can't talk about specific programs at that level. It would obviously be very significant. So I don't know, Aaron, if you have any.
Certainly not specifics at that level, but I think it would probably, likely threaten the viability of, really any middle school programming. and, with that level of reduction. And then at the high school, probably the elimination of most, if not all, like JV and freshman teams, and, a wide array of the co-curriculars. So, obviously a 25% or, better reduction is going to, have a significant impact. So.
I hear that, and I guess I'm interested in the practical considerations given the pandemic, and whether the likelihood that that there's a fall sports season, and how that, whether in fact it might actually, as a 1-year cut, it might actually, it might actually work out.
I guess as we've talked about, just as we've dealt with the spring kind of stipends, or as I've understood it, what we need to put forward is we would be affirmatively making a decision that those seasons wouldn't happen versus allowing for the fact that they could, right? I think, the superintendent's talked in prior budget discussions about that as a potential area amongst others, of needing to reallocate money if we're facing the challenge of kind of mid-year adjustments and things like that based on our context. So we would, be limiting some flexibility there, in terms of making that decision now. And I guess just, the thought, I know, in terms of the potential of a 1-year shift, that, just it makes me think of what, I consider to be even the scarier prospect of our FY22 budget. And so the, kind of realistic feasibility of being able to restore that in a year, even if, we were in remote learning for a full year and weren't able to, execute any athletic seasons and so forth. I think, we all share the concerns about the structural realities, approaching fiscal year 22. So.
And let me just add to that, and I agree with everything that Aaron said, but I also want to just reiterate the importance of giving us the flexibility in the budget to address those circumstances as they arise, because we still have, as you know, another $1 million in investments that are things that we also heard about today around, English language learner supports and things along those lines that would, be things for us to reallocate when we don't transport students or when we don't have sports, to be able to do some of those things instead. So I just, I think it's really important to keep reminding you that, by saying, like, we may not have a sports season and therefore we're going to do this. If we don't have a sports season, then we'd like to be able to reallocate those dollars to support some of the things that we will undoubtedly need to support.
Roberto?
I'm sorry if I lost track of process, or I'm honestly not sure if there's an amendment on the floor right now, but I wanted to, is there right now?
There is. It's to add back the
class size
and replace it with a $390,000 reduction to athletics and co-curriculars.
So I guess what I wanted to throw in to where the money comes from. I just wanted to throw out there the investment for the illustrative math and phonics. Just wanted to get an idea of what kind of, so given that the uncertainty of what reopening schools looks like and the challenges of implementing something new, would it be prudent for the board, for the committee to consider looking at those $125,000? Which thought maybe that could be part of your discussion, even with this amendment.
So we've actually weighed that along the way, and I think, you know, as you know, that is a significant priority for us, given, you know, our commitment to improving instruction in both math and literacy. And so, you know, at this point, not knowing what next year will look like, we've decided to retain that in the budget. Again, that would be one of those things that we could potentially look at for flexibility and use to do something else if we determine that, you know, based on how school was going to be organized next year, that it didn't make sense to move that forward. But at this point, we've retained it in the budget. And I don't know if Malia is still with us and if she can weigh in on that, but I know that she and I have talked about this before.
I'm here. I apologize. Can you repeat what the question was?
Yeah, the possibility of, given the uncertainties with the year ahead, to not move forward with the investments in illustrative math and elementary phonics for next year, and use, you know, and sort of recoup the expenditures associated with making that investment. And so I don't know if did you hear my original answer to that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely the #1 rated priority when we were working with our school leaders too, in terms of where we wanted to preserve investments. And with math curriculum, I mean, not having illustrative math is to, you know, we have a math curriculum either way. So there's still work to figure out how we're adjusting and adapting the curricula that we currently have, that I think increasingly people understand is not meeting our needs in terms of math pedagogy and standards alignment and student engagement. So at this point, we felt like it makes sense to retain it. We are having conversations, though, absolutely, about implementation and, you know, thinking through what's feasible and realistic. And we're going to be doing more conversations with teachers to gauge that. But at this point, that's sort of remained a pretty clear top priority across the schools from our conversations.
So I do remember the superintendent sharing how we gathered from school staff how they would prioritize investments. But my memory is that when we surveyed staff, is that accurate? When we were trying to figure out how they prioritize investments, or how did that priority conversation take place?
That was a series of conversations with our school leaders.
And those took place pre-pandemic, right? So before.
Correct.
So my inclination is to examine if those priorities have shifted given our current situation, and again the uncertainty of what reopening the schools looks like. And I'm not trying to advocate that we not do this, but rather that the committee consider looking at the $125,000 that are currently allocated for that investment, to then cover some of the things that the committee has already expressed they don't support, like increasing the class sizes at the elementary school level. So that's the purpose of why I brought it up.
So my feeling around that is, you know, that it kind of goes back to our discussions around, I mean, I know in this context, you know, I think we all understand that we have to preserve what is the core of our work. And the question then is, well, what is the core of our work? And, you know, earlier in the, well, last year, I guess, we kind of defined that as more our investments and our goal direction, as opposed to legacy investments. And I think, to me, I still, in trying to preserve the core, define what is the core, I still am in a place where I want to see us following the directions as outlined in the Portland Promise. And illustrative math seems to me to be one of those areas. I mean, we've already started. It would feel like, you know, I don't know, it would feel like we just gave up on something that we just started. So I don't know, that's just my thoughts on that for now. Tim?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention on illustrative math, if any board members are interested in talking to somebody who's worked with it, I had the good fortune of volunteering with my daughter's class at Longfellow. That was one of the pilot classrooms piloting illustrative math. And, you know, I also worked with her class last year with the previous curriculum, and I can say that, you know, it's definitely a huge step. And I was just scrolling through the budget document here and just wanted to read the sentence there for, you know, just pulled out of the budget justification for these investments. It says, if all students get exposed to relevant, engaging grade level learning with appropriate supports and scaffolds, they're more likely to master grade level content. And that might not be the most exciting sentence in the world, but I think that's our goal here, right? Is to get these students to master their grade level content. And I think that, you know, from my experience anyway, illustrative math takes us in the right direction. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Emily?
I personally cannot wait to get my hands on illustrative math with my soon-to-be fourth grader. Yeah, I think these curriculum investments are critical, and I wouldn't want to delay or do away with them. I'm wondering, I understand that we might have more information on our final CARES money, and I'm wondering if, and I thought perhaps the news was good, and if so, if we're able to, we have more money in our contingency, in our CARES contingency than anticipated, and if we could use a portion of that to cover this gap.
So, you know, we don't have any definitive news on CARES funding. We have, we presented a range of 200 to 500,000 in the contingency fund, depending on how much we were required to redistribute to to the private schools. You know, right now it would look closer to 500 than to 200 if what the state has proposed actually, you know, sticks, which we don't know that it will. Is that accurate, Miranda?
Yep, that's accurate.
And I just, you know, we didn't bring it today because we've sort of gone through it, but you know, if you recall the contingency slide coming from the CARES funding, we had at least 200,000 already spoken for with the PPE and sort of expected, you know, cleaning and things along those lines that we would need to do. So right there, there's 200 spoken for, and I don't remember what else is in there, but like summer school or extended learning opportunities was at least 100 and some thousand. So if you take those two together, we're at 350 on what could be 200 or 500. So there's not a ton of room in there. And again, that means that we have no contingency.
Javier, what would you think if we moved forward the budget tonight with a 0% tax rate increase? Voted, before on the motion, which is still on the table, to not include an increase in elementary school class size, and look to you and your team to come back with some other options for us. I don't know if that would be sufficient to pass the budget, but it feels like we're a little bit at a standstill at this point, or we could just go forward and take a hard vote. But I'm not sure we have the best information in front of us.
And again, it's our job to get you that information. So, tell us what else you need. But I don't feel like I can bring you another, proposal that is any better than the ones that we've brought to you. So I would prefer that we give you whatever information you need, and then you go ahead and make whatever reductions the 9 board members are comfortable supporting. Because I don't feel like I have the ability to bring you a budget that is just so that you're gonna instantly adopt. And we obviously you're experiencing yourselves how difficult these decisions are. Where you're offering amendments and then you're thinking them through, and then removing, rejecting, and modifying. So I don't think that I can do that any better than you can through this, albeit tiny, hard process that requires a lot of time. Sorry, my brain just stopped functioning.
It is getting late. I'm getting tired too, but I guess, my thoughts, first of all, I wanted to echo some of the board members that spoke earlier about our public attendance tonight and the sentiments that were expressed. And I want people to know that we hear those and feel those. This is a time that's affecting everyone, and I wish we had better answers. But that said, I honestly don't think we do. Everywhere we turn is an equally difficult choice to make. That in mind, I would be willing to support the superintendent's budget as recommended tonight. But I also, I hear my colleagues on the finance committee, and it seems like perhaps the biggest sticking point is the classroom sizes. Maybe one area of consensus that we could come to tonight is that the first place we would look would be to COLA adjustments and contract negotiations, and that a backstop would either be the co-curriculars or classroom sizes.
Can I just ask Mr. Balfons that is, his understanding, because I don't think that is, and so I just want to make sure.
No, I don't think it is. I think we might have to amend the amendment or withdraw and make a new amendment or something like that.
Right. Yeah. At this point, I'll withdraw the amendment if that's proper process procedure.
Is that okay with you, Emily? You had seconded it.
Yes.
Okay.
And so are you amending it to include that, sort of the way that we had originally talked about it, which was the reduction, the alternative to the $390,000 reduction in co-curriculars would come from co-curriculars or whatever we were able to reduce through the collective bargaining process.
Right, that would be my my thought, that the first place we would look would be to COLAs, and only if that failed, then we would look to co-curriculars.
I would favor that at this point, and believing that in part of the process that we can get this before the board and have a little more time to think about it, knowing that this isn't perfect.
Emily?
I would support that as well. Again, I was part of the negotiating team for the teacher's contract with full recognition about what we would be asking our staff, particularly at a moment when our staff are working in circumstances never imagined to serve our students. But I just don't see any other options right now.
Okay.
So I would support that amendment.
Okay, so let's just officially put that on the table. Mark, do you want to move it and Emily second it? Is that agreeable?
So okay. I want to be clear. The motion includes the COLA and steps and the athletics and co-curriculars, and we are not using the classroom size as a backstop.
Correct.
All right, so moved.
Okay, and seconded by Emily. And Roberto?
I just wanted to say something before we finish tonight, that and I heard what the committee members said and board members said about the illustrative math and the curriculum investments, and I wholeheartedly agree that that is something that we've been that we have prioritized and that we care a lot about advancing. But right now we are discussing potentially negotiating or potentially taking away negotiated salary increases to teachers so that we can fund giving them more work next year as they implement new curriculum. And it seems, given what we've already asked of teachers to do in this current situation with the pandemic, that scene that we're painting, in my opinion, has a troubling aspect to it. I just wanted to put that together. Sorry.
Mickey?
Yeah, I just want to have a last comment, and I want to echo Roberto, because when we try to take away from the teacher, and when I look at the investment, I know the new investment, we talk about math, but I look at the picture, they are applicable on the curriculum, on the new investment for the timing that we are facing right now. Are we going to be able to implement that, or is it going to be just a first stage of the investment? So I have kind of sense that we may going to the opposite directions on the co-curricular, because that's exactly what the student will need for to try to balance their social emotion skills before to start learning any new investment on the academic level. Because getting from the teacher who give, and we try to reduce everything then maybe on the salaries and everything, and we asking them to invest on new mathematics for the core instructions, I think is going to be a lot of burden than we facing them. I'm still getting little tricky try to support the way it will be presented to the whole board, because we taking away exactly what our student needs to make sure that they can be available and comfortable, and both on side teachers and students. Are they getting ready to embrace the new mathematics or the new illustrative, even different ways than we try to build the mathematics? And I think for me, we should hold and find the reduction on the new investment and try to prioritize the co-curricular and try to reduce the size of the classes. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Mark?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to address the math curriculum. I'm the chair of the curriculum committee, and I've been on the committee for a couple of years now. And during our committee meetings, it's come up about the funding for our curriculum. And it was shocking how low it is compared to the rest of the budget. With that being said, the curriculum committee made it a point to make sure that information got before this finance committee and the school board in general. And we have done that so that everyone can see how much is lacking. And I am happy and encouraged that it is in this budget, and that we are keeping it, or at least proposing to keep it, because this is where it is. Curriculum. You can talk to Ms. Nally. She can elaborate on it. You know, curriculum goes so far in making a difference addressing the academic achievement gap. So that's why I do not want to touch that.
Yeah, and oh, go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, just to echo that, I think our investment in the core curriculum has been a through line in the last few years, and really critical to our equity goals. And I strongly stand by, and I hear what Chair Rodriguez is saying. However, I think I think a stronger curriculum is something that our teachers embrace, because it's going to enable kids to learn the material better. So I guess I wouldn't see it as a burden so much as an opportunity. But I absolutely hear you. These are very tough times. I'm very strongly in support of the investments in curriculum.
Mickey?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. And Emily, this okay. Yeah, I agree with both what Mark and Emily just said. Every direction is the wrong direction at this point, so I think we can, this is something that we can continue. There's still time to continue working on this budget at the board level. So I think that this is good work for tonight for this committee, and will keep us on track to having some budget by July. Any other last thoughts, Javier? Anything?
I guess one process when you've not voted on that amendment yet. So I don't know if you were keeping track of that. I guess I would, just remind the board that, when we sat in our retreat and looked at, or I'm sorry, it was in the finance committee, and looked at, legacy versus things that are tied to moving the Portland Promise, to a person. You all said that you would not hesitate to remove, to make investments in the Portland Promise direction at the expense of legacy investments. And, I will just remind you that the outcomes that we have are the outcomes that we've achieved with class sizes of 22 in the elementary grades. Not to say that they're the cause, but they've not enabled us to achieve the outcomes that we want to achieve. So I want to underscore that, our investments in core instruction are absolutely central to the work that we're trying to do as a district. And so to jeopardize those over, some of the legacy investments that you're, hesitant to remove today is, frankly, something that is troubling to me.
Any comments on that, Mark?
Yeah. So, Superintendent, what legacy programs are you specifically talking about?
So I'm specifically talking about class size. I will stand by my recommendation on class size. I think that we're talking about an incremental impact on, an incremental impact on the district as a whole. There's, six grade levels in the district that will be affected by that. And, again, I feel that that is the place to go. And and I just want to make sure that that you know that I stand by that recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, as I stated earlier, I mean, I personally would have been okay supporting the budget as was recommended to us tonight. I think there's just there's a level of concern that I think the class sizes just doesn't have the support out of the committee. But again, we still have time with this budget at the board level. So any other thoughts? So we do need to vote on the amendment. So the amendment before us is to pursue contract negotiations to the amount of $390,000, and to the extent that that doesn't work, to look to co-curriculars and athletics. So I'll call for a vote again. Emily, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And Mark?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. And that brings us to the main motion. And so I guess just to restate the main motion, it would be a motion to advance a budget in the amount of, and Miranda, can you help me with that?
Yeah, so just to be clear, and I probably should have jumped in earlier, but it's probably, you want to say 372,000 for the COLAs, just to keep it at the 472 reduction, the 390 for class size plus the 100 and contracts added up to a little more than we needed. So if you want to just keep it clean in that way. But the bottom line of the budget, if you change that amount to 372, the bottom line is 119,862,677.
Okay, so let's just do a re-vote on that last amendment, just so that it's clean. The dollar amount was 372,000. So Emily, how do you vote? That was yes from Emily. And Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, so the motion then is to recommend to the full board a budget in the amount of $119,862,677 as amended by the Finance Committee this evening. I think we need to have the fiscal year in there to recommend the FY21 budget in that amount. So does somebody want to offer that motion?
I'll offer the motion.
Okay, Emily, seconded by Mark. Does everyone understand the motion? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll call for a vote then. Emily?
Yes.
And Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, we did it, and it's 9:57. Any last thoughts before we call for a motion to adjourn? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Well, sorry, one quick thing. Do you want to review? There's still quite a large number of people listening in. Do you want to review the schedule for everyone moving forward?
Sure.
Do you want me to do it, Anna?
Sure.
So tomorrow we have a workshop at 6, followed by a hearing after the workshop. And so that's a public hearing, so an opportunity for people to provide input. We will have a first read on the agenda tomorrow of this budget, as it was approved by the Finance Committee today. So that will be a first read, and we will obviously not discuss, other than in the workshop setting. And then we have a joint Finance Committee meeting on Thursday, where there is an expectation that we will, present both a zero tax increase and what, I think in this case is why we decided not to pursue further reductions to get to a zero increase budget, which was the range that the Finance Committee of the City Council asked for. And so, subsequent to that, I believe we have another Finance Committee meeting scheduled, Miranda, for next week.
Well, we have on the calendar expectation of meeting as a Finance Committee after the Joint Finance Committee meeting on Thursday, so immediately after, and then.
So that'll be an opportunity to regroup and see, based on the feedback that we get from the council, what direction we want to continue, and then whatever comes out of that, there will be a board vote at a special meeting next Tuesday. So that'll be the board voting on a final budget, which will be at this point, the Finance Committee's budget with any changes that result between now and then.
Great. Thank you.
And then just one last thing on my end in terms of the things that we need for tomorrow is I've got the the breakdown of the 1.5 million for the outside contracts and services. So we'll provide that. And I think that's, oh, and the central office reductions over the past several years. So is there anything else that anyone else would like us to bring to the meeting?
I did have one more thing on my list, and it was Mr. Burke, and I may have misunderstood him, but I believe he asked for more specificity on COLAs and what it would look like if we went down to 1% for all units. Certainly we can bring more, spliced up detail on the COLAs if that's what was requested.
Yeah, there was a two-parter for clarification. One was what the numbers were, and if they're curious what the units had to say about that.
And the latter part, we wouldn't know until we actually go into the negotiations. And I do want to just make sure that, because I do remember thinking this when you originally said it, that we, at this point, are assuming a 0% increase for the non-represented staff, not a 1% increase.
I look forward to understanding that more clearly tomorrow when I have a refreshed brain.
Okay. All right. Is that everything? Okay. Well, seeing nothing further, then I would call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Emily, seconded by Mark. And all those in favor? It's unanimous. We're adjourned at 10:02.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.